Good morning to everyone. Welcome this morning again to our hearing today of the South African Human Rights Commission into the July unrest. This morning we are honored to be in the presence of the Mayor of eThekwini Municipality, Mayor Kaunda, Nkolisi Kaunda, who will give evidence this morning. Thank you very much, Mayor, for coming and for availing yourself and heeding to the call of the South African Human Rights Commission to give testimony this morning. And so before we start, I just wanted to introduce the hearing panel to you. I am chairing the panel, Andre Gaum from the Human Rights Commission. On my left, Commissioner Pelile Ntuli, and on my right, Commissioner Chris Nissen. We did greet, but maybe you can just indicate to us you are accompanied by someone. I can't remember his name right now, but welcome to you as well, sir. Can you just indicate what the name of your colleague is?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning to the commissioners and all the panels, members present. I'm accompanied by Mr. Malusi Mhlongo, who's the head of legal in the municipality, eThekwini Municipality. I'm also with Mr. Mluleki Mdungwa, who's my communication head in the office. Thank you.
Welcome to you as well. Thank you. So before we start, I'd just like to hear from you. Mayor, are you willing to take the oath, or do you want to affirm the truth of your evidence?
I'm willing to take the oath, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Mayor, do you consider the oath as binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Do you want to make an opening statement, or can we go straight into questioning from the side of the legal team? I see the legal team today, this morning, comprises of Advocate Lloyd Lotz on your left and Mr. Boang Jones on your right, both from the Commission. Advocate Lotz, what is the position?
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson, panel. Before we just get into that, maybe just one small thing to get out the way. On Friday, there was an application, an oral application for an inspection in local, and we have supplemented that in written form. We'd like to just hand that over at this moment. With your permission, Chair, I don't think I need to read that as it was made on Friday, so that's just the written version, which has been signed by myself on behalf of the legal team. If that's in order, I can then proceed.
Yes, now you can proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Chair, there is a statement, a sworn affidavit by the Mayor, which has been provided to you as well. There's copies for the panel. I believe you do have copies in front of you. And that is the statement that we wish to admit. And the Mayor has agreed to read his statement. And then we will then proceed thereafter with leading evidence to that statement. I also do believe I've been notified that prior to the Mayor reading the statement, there was just one or two corrections that you wish to make to the statement. I do not know what the order of the exhibits are now, Chair, but we'd like to admit this as one of the exhibits perhaps we can just check during one of the breaks as to what the exact, it should be F or H or something, somewhere thereabout. But we'll check that and we'll correct that. So with your permission, I think we can then proceed. I'd like to hand over to the Mayor. Perhaps he can then take us to the specific parts that he wishes to amend, and then he can then proceed to read his statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, the statement is admitted, and the Mayor, you can proceed and indicate if there are corrections, you can indicate that and then continue with the statement. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members of the panel. There are a few amendments which I would like to effect. The first amendment is in relation to the dates where I was present as a mayor in those activities which became as a response after the incidents, the unrest took place. I'm indicating in my affidavit that before the unrest, I contracted COVID-19. I was still undergoing my isolation days, which then ended on the eve, where the lockdown regulations were made flexible for us as public representatives to conduct public gatherings, but of course with the limitation in terms of numbers. So I've made mention here that I've been involved in these activities up until the 17th. My involvement only went up until the 16th, but I delegated the Speaker of the municipality then to lead the delegation for these visitations to communities. That's a correction I want to effect. The second correction is about the involvement of Minister Lindiwe Sisulu, who joined us in most of the activities. But her name was also mentioned on certain dates where she was not available, but she was on the schedule to participate. But we'll just indicate that. So those are minor corrections, Honorable Chairperson, I wanted to effect before I can go through the statement. I thank you. I don't know whether that is in order with your procedures. Thank you.
Advocate Lodge, did you want to comment?
Yes, perhaps maybe just a request, Mayor, if you could just take us to the specific paragraph. I think that will make it easier. Unless, as you've now qualified, unless as we read through, you will then highlight that particular. Is that fine?
Yes, I'll highlight it when you go
to
through
it.
the statement.
Okay. I think that's fine. Maybe that's better.
Yeah, maybe
So that we
that's
save
best.
time as
So
well.
Okay.
then
Thanks.
you can then continue to go through the statement, and when you get to the relevant paragraph, you can just say where the amendment should be. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and the panel, for affording me with this opportunity to come and present my own input on the incidents, the unrest. I'm aware that I'm presenting this because I also met the former mayor, because by the time these incidents happened, I was a mayor in the old term of office. Now I'm the new mayor since November. But I'm fortunate that it's the same person who ascended to the same position. So, firstly in the statement, I'm indicating that I'm Thomas Kaunda, a deployed cadre of the ANC as a mayor of eThekwini municipality. In the previous term, since the 5th of September 2019 up to November 2021, and I was also re-elected in 2021 till to date. I'm still serving as a mayor. On the background, I'm just highlighting here that on or about 28 January, I received correspondence from the South African Human Rights Commission in which I was invited to submit this statement as well as to attend to the Commission's investigative hearing today on the 28th of February 2022 in order to give my oral evidence. Even though it is not explicit from the Commission's aforesaid correspondence, what I'm required to cover in this statement, paragraph 3 of the Commission statements deals with the issues that are to be canvassed at the Commission's investigative hearing. I'll make an endeavor to respond to contents of this paragraph to best of my abilities. It is also important to note that the Commission's response is addressed to me in my official capacity as a mayor of eThekwini municipality. My responses are largely focused on the role that I, as a mayor, played leading up, during, and after the unrest. Admittedly, there may be very well a gray area in distinguishing my actions and or utterances in my official capacity as opposed to my personal capacity. It is also important to note that my knowledge of what was done by the municipality to prepare for the unrest may be limited by the fact that I tested positive for COVID-19 at the beginning of July 2021 and had to isolate until my return to work on the 12th of July. Most of the damage had already occurred by then. When it comes to the causes of the July unrest, my perspective on that, my understanding of the causes of July unrest is aligned to the information the Commission's disposal, which is recorded at paragraph 2.2 and paragraph 2.3 of the Commission's terms of reference for the National Investigative hearing on the terms of reference. My personal understanding of the causes was constrained or limited by the fact that I was on isolation and my primary sources of information were the media, social networks, and what was told to me by others. The recorded causes are, firstly, 6.1, the July unrest was triggered by the Constitutional Court judgment of 29 June 2021, in which former President Zuma was found guilty of contempt of sentences to a period of 15 months imprisonment. And 6.2, sections of population were dissatisfied with the judgment, which sparked spontaneous unrest activities, and there were suspicions that the unrest was orchestrated through a degree of organization and instigation that led to the unrest during that period. Let me repeat this for the record, Honorable Chairperson. Sections of the population were dissatisfied with the judgment, which sparked spontaneous unrest activities, and there were suspicions that the unrest was orchestrated through a degree of organization and instigation that led to the unrest. On the causal factors, causes of the allegedly racially motivated attacks and killings, some of the causes are mentioned in paragraph 2.6 of the Commission's terms of reference, which are the lack of visibility, presence of the police and other law enforcement authorities in the affected areas, as well as the apparent inability to restore law and order expeditiously. Many non-African communities taking to the streets to protect their neighborhoods and businesses and put up barricades and unauthorized roadblocks. And at these barricades and roadblocks, there were instances of excessive use of force towards Africans, racially profiling assaults and killings. On the causes of apparent lapses in law enforcement agencies and the role of the private security companies, I have already indicated, Honorable Chairperson, that since I was in isolation, I did not have personal knowledge of these circumstances and their cause. From the media reports and personal accounts of people who spoke to me, I understood that some of the causes were the SAPS appeared to have been unprepared for the magnitude and extent of the unrest. 2, Metropolis can only fight crime in support of the SAPS because crime fighting is not its primary mandate, and with the limited numbers of the Metropolis we have in eThekwini, the force was overstretched in protecting the municipality's assets and infrastructure and clearing roads and CPDs, while it could not operate beyond the municipal borders. And 3, in some instances, the non-African committees that put up barricades and roadblocks did so with the support and active assistance of heavily armed and heavy-handed private security companies. My response on social, economic, spatial, and political factors in affected areas. The reality is that most of the discontent lay within the African communities, which happen to be poverty-stricken as well. Most of the non-African neighborhoods were affluent and had much to lose should destruction come to their shores. This led to racial profiling, which resulted in Africans being treated as looters in the converted commas. It would be naive to overlook the political disposition of the poor neighborhoods on one hand and the affluent ones on the other. At the time of the unrest, most of the wards in the poor or less affluent communities were held by the African National Congress, while most of the wards in the affluent areas were held by the Democratic Alliance. The political divide over this issue manifested itself even in the material that was used to canvass for votes in Phoenix by the Democratic Alliance. There were many statements which were issued in regard to this. Others claiming that those who committed this crime, they are racist in nature, and the other statements were also alluding to the fact that they must be treated as criminals. On the attempts to restore order and stop the anarchy, it goes without saying, Honorable Chairperson, that as a member of the African National Congress, who was mentored by, among others, former President Zuma, I shared some of the pain that was expressed at the sight of frail, 79-year-old former head of state being imprisoned, poorly on the humanitarian grounds. Notwithstanding how I felt as the first citizen of the municipality, I embarked on several attempts to restore calm and order, which included the following. On the 6th of July 2021, I posted on my Facebook page a message to the effect that the support for the former President Zuma was a well-guided and principled one, and there must be no detour from that mission. Secondly, on the 9th of July 2021, I posted on my Facebook again a message to the effect that much as the situation was hurtful, nothing should be destroyed and no blood should be shed, and people should be on the lookout for opportunists who were out to perpetuate criminality. Thirdly, on the 12th of July 2021, I posted on my Facebook page a message to the effect that we, as leaders, humbly request calm, lest we lose lives, damage infrastructure, and lose jobs. On the 13th of July 2021, I posted on my Facebook again a message to the effect that racism must cease within our communities. Unity in our diversity must be embraced. We were not enemies, and we should unite, and we should build a united front against crime. The other statement on the 13th of July 2021, the municipality posted on its official Facebook posters that had messages such as save jobs, stop looting, say no to racial tensions, and burning down malls and factories will result in unemployment and hunger. On the 14th of July, I was accompanied by the Speaker and the Chief Whip of the municipality together with local councillors to meet the community representatives of Phoenix, KwaMashu, and Inanda. They were coming from the following wards: Ward 47, 48, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 104, 107, and 108. And met Phoenix business forums who were also present in that forum, Phoenix Community Policing Forum, ward safety committees, and people from the taxi industry, from Santaco in particular, to deal with racial tensions between the African and Indian communities. I must qualify this statement, Honorable Chairperson. Since we observed that there were starting to be tensions and the attack to people, as the leadership of the municipality, as a mayor, I convened the Troika, the Speaker and Whip, to sit and look at these challenges. And we arrived to a conclusion that we need to be out there to try and calm the situation down. Now, by that time, if you recall, on the very same day, on the eve of this day, the 14th, the national government had some relaxation in terms of COVID-19 regulations, because we were precluded in convening public gatherings. But on the eve of this day, since the ANC took it to itself as an organization that we need to intervene in KZN, they sent a delegation of members of the National Executive Committee who came to the province. We held meetings on a daily basis to observe and assess the situation. Then, therefore, we made an announcement as the city and committed that we are going to be engaging communities in this fashion. So on the 14th of July, as I've indicated, that meeting was held, and we were there with the leadership, the councillors. And I must also highlight, Honorable Chairperson, that during the interaction in this meeting, there were tensions. There were those who were saying those who are committing the crime which we've been observing, they are doing it because they are protecting their lives. And there were those who were saying there are laws in this country. You can protect yourself, but you can't break the law as well in a quest of protecting yourself. So there are rights which must be protected. There are other people's rights. So this was the first engagement we held. And what also transpired in this engagement is that it is not only the African members who participated in this forum who raised that what is happening in Phoenix is wrong. Even those of Indian origin, they raised it, that what other members of the committee are doing, it is wrong and it is unlawful for them to commit such a crime. Let me proceed, Honorable Chair. On the 14th of July, on the same day, we also moved to Verulam area, where councillors were present and committee representatives. All these meetings had a balance in terms of communities around the area of Verulam and Inanda, Amautana, and Buffelsdry and the surrounding areas. And we were fortunate in this meeting. We were joined by the chief of Amakati clan, Amakati Tribal Authority, Inkosi Ubaba Ungobo. There were also safety forums and all other stakeholders who participated. On the 14th, we also moved to the next one, which was the last one on the day, to Hillcrest, where we met, and the majority of committee members who attended, which we were happy with, was that were from the white community in that area, as well as other members of the community. In that meeting, we also had councillors, business people who run businesses in the Hillcrest area, and community representatives who also participated, and the policing forum. On the 15th of July, I was also accompanied by the Speaker and the Whip, together with local councillors, to meet committee representatives of Marion Hill, Ward 13 and the surrounding wards, to meet the Marion Hill Community Policing Forums and other stakeholders who participated. On the 15th of July, I, accompanied as well by the Speaker and the Chief Whip, together with the local councillors, met with the committee representatives of Chatsworth in Ward 69, Ward 70, Ward 71, Ward 72, and Ward 73, to meet with the Chatsworth Community Policing Forum and the stakeholders who participated. On the 15th of July, I also, with the leadership of the municipality, we were accompanied here by Minister Lindy Wesisulu. We met communities representatives in New German, Waibank area, and Guadabega, to meet with the policing forums and other stakeholders from the community who were there. On the 15th, we also went to Pantown, and we agreed to postpone the meeting to the 16th because of the attendance. And the Minister Sisulu came there, and as well as the day after she attended that meeting. On the 16th of July, these are the meetings where I was not present. In some of them, we allocated different delegations. On the 16th of July, the Speaker and the Chief Whip led the delegation to meet with the community representative of DEP and CPD. So I was present on this one, I'm sorry, because we allocated ourselves in different meetings when we saw that time was not allowing us to be together. So I led that delegation. We met with the CPD stakeholders, Bria, Devonport and Overport representatives, and from the different wards. Policing forums were there, and safety committees, and Santaco and KZN, CCPA. On the 16th of July, I also accompanied by the Minister Lindiwe Sisulu to La Lucia area, Glen Ashley and Greenwood areas. Ward councillors were also there. Policing forums, those who are heading private security companies were also there, and ward safety committees. On the 16th of July, the team led by the Speaker, that's where I'm making a correction, they went no, I was present to this, Honorable Chair. I'm sorry, let me effect that correction. I went to Yellow Park and the areas of Bluff and Wentworth, which were brought to Ward 64. The meeting was also a great success. On the 17th, this is where my absence started, Chair, because when I had flu, I also went to test. Obviously, when you had contracted COVID-19, it will remain you for at least 3 months in your blood. So I tested positive. Then I decided to absent myself, to recuse myself from all these engagements. On the 17th of July 2021, the Speaker led the delegation and the Whip, together with local councillors, to meet with the communities of Umlazi and the business forums and the policing forums, Spingo and Santaco in the surrounding areas. On the 17th, the Speaker also led the delegation in my absence, together with the local councillors, to the areas of Kwamakuta, Amanzimtoti, Mkomazi, meeting with all the stakeholders. Then on the 17th, the Speaker also led the delegation to visit the area of the Clare Estate and Newlands and the surrounding wards, Sydenham, to meet with the different stakeholders. What then was the purpose of these engagements, Honorable Chairperson, was to ensure that we as leaders, we lead from the front. And we were the first delegation of government which arrived in Phoenix and all these areas to try and calm the situation down. And we took that conscious decision because we had an understanding that we needed to ensure that as we move with mobilization of committees to calm them down, we also unlock because we as a municipality, we are also having a responsibility, Honorable Chairperson, to enforce our bylaws. So when you go and conduct a blockade on the road, it's the responsibility of Metro Police to enforce the laws of our country. You are not allowed to do it. So unless it's the police or law enforcement agencies who are conducting such a roadblock. So you can't allow a situation as if we are living in a society where there are no laws, in a lawless society, whereby you just wake up early in the morning, you close the roads, you conduct your own roadblock, and the roadblock are also selective in nature. So if an African individual comes, that African individual is searched, but other racial groups are not searched. So we said this is what is bringing about disunity in the society. Hence we said, even though there must be some control in the areas to ensure that we guarantee safety, but police involvement is important. Hence we deployed our metropolis. We worked with SAPS to say, in those barricades, you must find members of the law enforcement agencies so that they are the ones who conduct the legal searches when they suspect people, so that it doesn't become the issue of the race against one another racial group. And we also had experiences where members of the committees who even live in these affluent areas, they were also raising concerns with us as leadership that we are living in this area, but we are also being ill-treated as residents of the same area because of our color, that we are not coming from the white community, but we are Africans. So the intention of these meetings was to create a dialogue, bring people together, so that you reduce the levels of tensions which were already there, and so that you take control as government to work with stakeholders to bring about peace, calm and stability in these areas. So this is my submission, Honorable Chairperson, in relation to what transpired during that period and with my knowledge of the things which unfolded in my presence. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We appreciate it.
Oh, sorry, Honorable Chair. I'm sorry. I'm being reminded here that as a municipality, after assessing the challenges and the damages, I also convened a meeting with the CEOs of companies, of all companies who work in my city, so that we give them what is our position as a city, but also to give them comfort that their investment will be saved as much as these incidents have taken place, but there's still a room for improvement in terms of bringing about stability in our municipality. Hence, all of them without fail in that meeting, they committed to retain their investment in our city. They said, Mr. Mayor, we understand the unrest, we understand the damage that occurred during this period, but we are committed because we have seen you on the ground and we are with you here, and we are seeing that the consultation is being done, so therefore the investment will be retained in the city. We also initiated to open a fund which was now a combination of the challenges which small businesses, emerging businesses also experienced. It was the COVID-19 as well as the unrest. And that fund was able to assist more than 700 companies, emerging companies in the city, to be assisted with a little that we had, Honorable Chairperson. We don't have money, so we gave them 30,000 rand each business to try and look at how are they resuscitating their operations at a small scale level as they are emerging businesses. So I therefore submit, Chair.
Thank you so much, Maya. Over to the evidence team now to put certain questions. Who will be leading first? Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to the Executive Mayor of eThekwini. Mayor, you alluded to this when you were making your introductory remarks, that you were, or or you are deployed by the African National Congress to the mayorship. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
For our benefit, how long have you been a member of the African National Congress?
When the organization was unbanned in 1990 and other political parties, I was the activist prior to that during the South African Youth Congress. Then I was given a responsibility to form part of the provisional structures of the Youth League to resuscitate the structures of the ANC. So I started my activism fully on those structures, and I was elected in the zonal structure of Inand and my branch in the same year, 1990. So since then, I've been a member in good standing, even today.
And your activism and participation in the African National Congress is confined to KwaZulu-Natal?
Partly, because I've been leading in the youth movement. I've led the ANC sitting there as an ex-officio member in the Provincial Executive Committee structures and the Provincial Working Committee of the African National Congress. I was elected full-time in 2012 to be a directly elected member of the PEC of the ANC. So I was also appointed to be part of the National Task Team of the Youth League to resuscitate the Youth League structures. So I was deployed in Northwest, Free State, and Gauteng. So I participated in the movement in different levels.
Your election to the PEC in 2012, did this role allow you to interact with other leaders of the ANC at a national level?
Yes, of course, because you'll have sessions where you are deployed to lead a subcommittee of the ANC. So since 2012, I've been leading Radical Socio-Economic Transformation Subcommittee of the ANC, the ETC, Economic Transformation Subcommittee, which also gave me an opportunity to have interface with national leadership at a national subcommittee level, where I also go and contribute.
At the time you were elected as the head of the, oh no, not the head, as the member of the PEC, President Zuma was still the president of the ANC at the time, is that correct?
When I was?
Or when you were elected as the PEC member in KZN?
I think that's when the conference was held, 2012, in Mangaung, where he was elected.
Okay. Did your role continue as member of the PAC?
Yes, up until today.
Can you describe your relationship? You alluded to the fact that you about your relationship with President Zuma. Could you describe your relationship with him? When did this relationship start, and how's your relationship now?
When you have, when you are a leader of the movement, you don't develop personal relations with leaders. You develop relations which are informed by the revolution. So therefore, I interact with all leaders who are leading during that period where you are also leading. We've been meeting different leaders. When we are in the Youth League, Comrade Zuma will come and also give us political input and address in the political schools. He will come and address us and also equip us and nurture us as young people on the revolution that we are staging in South Africa. Where are we going, where we come from as a country, and where we want to be. So that's a relationship I'm talking about.
So
It's
you have no direct or personal relationship with him?
No, it is not personal, but it's a relationship which is part of our own struggles and the revolution.
Thank you. On the 29th of June, 2021, the Constitutional Court handed down a judgment in Secretary of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture, corruption and fraud in the public sector, including organs of state, versus Zuma and others, in which the former president was found guilty of contempt of court and convicted for 15 months imprisonment. At the time when this judgment was handed down, how did this make you feel as someone who has been in the structures with the president, as someone who was nurtured in the movement by President Zuma?
Come again. What is the question?
Yeah, the question is, following the ruling by the Constitutional Court on the 29th of June 2021, and noting that you've had you've been in the same movement as the president, my question is, what did you make of the Concord ruling on the 29th of June, given your history with President Zuma?
As a law-abiding citizen, I respect the law. So when the judgment was made, we respected the judgment. But all what was worrying was the health status of the former leader of the country.
The what?
The health status. The worry was about that. Because there were many reports that he's been in and out in hospitals. So you could imagine at what conditions that he will be able to survive when he's taken to the correctional services centers, rather than being afforded an opportunity at least to be at home with his family for whatever application of the law which will enable him to remain at home. And that would have made the situation better.
So you have no qualms with the findings of the court, but you're more worried about his health status?
Yes, as a citizen, I was worried about him and his age, not only the health status, his age, for a person of his age to be there. But beside that, how influential he is in the society, that was my worry. Beside the issue of the age and the health as well. But which does not imply that people or senior citizens who are above 79 must commit crime on the basis that the law must be lenient to them because of their age. But you talk about a former state president, you talk about a former ANC president.
Between 29 June to 12 July 2021, supporters of President Zuma gathered. Some expressed their misgivings with the punishment, and there were those who also threatened dire consequences if President Zuma is arrested. Did you, at a political level, discuss these threats by people who claim to be supporters of the president and members of the ANC?
Yes, the structures of the ANC had to be involved so that they try to calm the situation down because of the anger that some people were displaying on this. And some members of the leadership were also deployed to be part of those gatherings so that we are able to provide leadership. Unfortunately, as I've stated, I was still at home.
You were still at home from 29 June?
Sorry?
From 29 June?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'll come back to that. So, you were appointed mayor In which year?
The 5th of September, 2019.
And when you assumed office, on formal assumption of office, a mayor swears or solemnly undertakes to be faithful to the Republic, to obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution. Is that correct?
100%.
And the mayor is further required to hold the office with honor and dignity. Is that correct?
Agree.
There were statements that are attributed to you, or social media posts that are attributed to you that would like to clear with you during this session today. But firstly, can you clarify your understanding, because you make this in your affidavit, that there's a distinction between your role as the mayor and what you do in your personal capacity. So what is your understanding of the role of the mayor? You take an office, you are entrusted with ensuring that you conduct yourself with honor and dignity, and you abide by the Constitution. What is your understanding over and above the oath of office that you take as the mayor?
Yeah, firstly, it's important that I respect and preserve the Constitution of the country which governs our existence, and all the laws that are there that guides us as a municipality. The Municipal Structures Act, the Municipal Systems Act, the MFMA, and all the related laws, because I must lead by example as a mayor. So when I posted using my personal page, that's why I made it a point that all statements that I'm making, they are bringing about unity of our communities, and also as a PEC member of the ANC, that I'm calling for unity, I'm calling for calm. So that is my understanding of the role of the leader during the situation of this nature, and leading the municipality going forward.
Mayor, for the record, do you have a social media account?
Yes, I do.
Which social media platform?
Facebook.
Facebook. Do you regularly post content on Facebook?
Yes, I do.
What type of content?
In the main, I congratulate people who do well in life. In the main, I call for unity of our communities. In the main, I call for unity against crime. In the main, I also use my social network to inform members of the public on some issues, even though when we communicate as a municipality, we use our official page. But I also use my personal page to update people on what we are doing as well as a municipality.
You also use your platform to post content about the work of the municipality.
Yeah, especially when the Metropolis has done well, I always congratulate them there in that page. That well done, because we are promoting them to do the good thing. So when I see any official of the municipality, as a result, members of the public, besides the usage of our public platforms of the municipality, they also use my page to report water leaks. They also use my page to report sewer leakages. They also use my page to report whatever that they want to report. And we do respond in those queries. We do not say, this is my personal page, why are you saying you don't have water? Go and report to the municipality. No, we just do exactly what we are supposed to be doing as the leaders to assist the community.
Is there a reason why there is no disclaimer that this is my personal page? And you have a page, the Executive Mayor eThekwini, where residents, ratepayers can report water leaks, lack of refuse removal, potholes, and other bylaw related challenges within the city.
I would love to do that if I'm leading people who can afford. So I'm leading people who are living under the poverty lines in majority. So therefore, when they post in my page, for me to redirect them and say, don't post here, they need to go and raise money and data to go and post to the other official page. So therefore, as a leader, I must be responsive at all given moments so that people get assistance. So in the main, that is the only reason why. Otherwise, if we were at the level where everybody is affording, then I'll redirect people. This is my personal page. Please go and report to the official page.
But Mayor, you can't comment on a social media post if you don't have data or access to Wi-Fi. So is there a reason why you don't have a separate page on Facebook as the Executive Mayor of eThekwini?
No, I've decided that we utilize the Facebook page of the institution, eThekwini Municipality. And the reason why I do that, because the pages, they must be managed. If you have a Facebook page, somebody must be full-time there, managing, responding to queries, giving people information and all of that. So I won't have time for that as a mayor. But here, you can't blame me that I was not available in Facebook for 3 months because it's my page. But in the official page, we need to be responsive at all given times so that people have access, because we are a constitutional state. Then therefore, it's important that issues of accountability, transparency, and access to the communities is very key to ensure that our maturing democracy continues to grow.
Do you post content about the political party you belong to on the same page?
Yes, sometimes I do. It's my page, personal page.
Besides congratulating employees of the city?
Yes, sometimes I do post something on my organization. Even as a leader, when I see people doing things which are strange, which are foreign in the organization, I also rebuke them through my social page. There are limitations, of course. There are things which you can discuss here, there are things which you can't discuss in social media.
Yeah. Mayor, in the lead up to the unrest, there were a number of social media posts by a number of people, some who claim to be supporters of President Zuma, and part of the probe by the Commission is looking into the causes of the unrest. Were you concerned with some of the posts in the lead up to the unrest as the first citizen of eThekwini?
Yes, I was very concerned. If you look at the trail of my post, I was responding to some of those posts where people were insulting leadership, some people were throwing insult, and some seemed to be instigating something which must not be done in the country. So as a leader, I had to be bold enough and say, no, this kind of attitude must not be allowed in our society. So I had to make these posts. The ones that I've made reference to, they are actually rebuking people who are doing something. There was, you'll recall that there was a voice message which circulated in the country. And we were not allowed to pass that message to other people. So I looked at that message. The message was saying, the voice note, that message was saying other people, they confuse it and they they developed to distort my statement in one of the meetings which I have alluded to here. They said, I said to committee, you must go and kill Indian people and white people. No, that was the voice note which was circulating in the country, which says that no, go there and kill all, go and loot and kill all Indian community members, go to white communities and you loot and you kill all of them. So as a leader, I had, in all these engagements, I put an emphasis in trying to say to the society, we are all equal. We shouldn't be viewing one another as a white community, Indian community, as an African community. We are all South Africans. So that's a message I preached after that voice note. And people, when I was still alluding to that voice note, they recorded me when I was still saying what exactly was said in that voice note. They stopped the video there. Then they started to circulate the video of the mayor who was saying you must go and kill Indian people and kill white people in South Africa. So I corrected that through the formal platforms as well as my social page, because there were many messages circulating. Some of them, because you know, we must accept and acknowledge, Commissioner, that there are people who were part of the looting because of their own socio-economic conditions, which must not be condoned, because it doesn't mean that when you are having difficulties in life, you must commit crime. But there are people who are just genuine and say, I see milk, and milk, I can't afford to buy milk. Let me go in there and take milk because I see everybody going there. I can't afford to buy milk. So that's what happened. But there were groupings which were well organized and who orchestrated their plans very clearly. Some of those groupings are people who bomb ATMs. Not a single poor person can bomb an ATM. It can't happen that way. It's somebody who knows how to bomb an ATM. It's somebody who knows how to ensure that you get access to the bank when you destroy the bank, not just an ordinary person. So these people, they all took an opportunity during this period to say, let me go so that my interest can also be expressed here and be hidden under the disguise that I'm also angry that the former state president is arrested. So there were many groupings, interest groups. Some of those interest groups have been there even when I was still the MEC for Transport, Community Safety and Liaison in KwaZulu-Natal, who were banning trucks because they were not satisfied with the manner in which the government is attending to their plight, especially on the employment of the foreign nationals and African nationals in majority, more than what the law dictates. So those interest groups, they were also part during this period. And they expressed their interest by continuing where they left off. That's why there were trucks which were banned. So the level of criminality which took place, it shows that there were opportunistic individuals who came on board, who said because people are now angry about this, they are not happy about the decision taken, so this is when their interest can find expression. So I think that's what transpired during this unrest.
Yeah, thank you. I'll come back to some of the issues that emerged from what you've just shared, but I want to conclude on this issue of social media posts. So during the month of July, did you post content on Facebook?
A lot.
I'll specifically zoom into the 6th of July. Yeah. In your affidavit, Mayor, 10.1, you indicate that you posted a message to the effect that the support for the former president was a well-guided and principled one, and there must be no detour from that mission. We have printed, Chairperson, some of the posts and would like to hand them in as exhibits, and we'll be referring to them during to this session. But I'll go to the post of the 6th, where it reads, insulting ANC leadership is counterproductive and a display of high level of ill discipline. President Zuma and President Ramaphosa are leaders of the ANC. Organizational discipline and unity is sacrosanct. Our support for Msholozi is a well-guided and principled one. We must not take a detour on our mission. Wenze Msholozi. Could you give us some context as to why you posted this?
Thanks, Commissioner. I'm sure it's self-explanatory that I was doing exactly what previously I've said, that I rebuke individuals who insult the ANC leaders. Because some were saying it's Comrade Ramaphosa who's arresting Msholozi and all of that. I said these two leaders are our leaders. We must respect them. So therefore it's important, if you support Msholozi, the constitution of this country guarantees your right on the freedom of expression and freedom of association. So if you support Msholozi for your own reasons, whether political or social, those rights are protected in the constitution. So therefore, no one must touch you on the basis that you are raising your support for an individual. Because there were people in this country who also supported that Msholozi must fall. And no one made noise about it. They were marching all over. In my seat, it was for the first time I saw senior citizens, especially from the white community, marching and singing, toitoing there. Msholozi must fall. Msholozi must fall. So it's their own constitutional right to do that, because we are living in a democracy. So when people, they want to express themselves, what they like, what they dislike, it's their right, as long as they do that within the ambit of the law. So in this post, I was very clear that don't hide with the support of Msholozi, because that support is principled. Don't hide with it. Don't come and put your own interest and pursue your own interest on the guise of that you want to pursue your own narrow interest. So I think basically, when Zain Msholozi, what Msholozi did, what Msholozi has done.
Yeah, I was coming to that. You conclude by saying, when Zain Msholozi. So could you explain that? What do you mean by that?
Chair, there are many developments now as we are meeting today after that. Msholozi, as a citizen, have put his appeals in many instances where he's expressing how he view that his own rights were not taken on board, and how things were done which they were not supposed to be done that way. So this is the expression which we had. And that expression does not imply that we are not respecting the law. So therefore, there are many platforms now. So we met very late after all these developments have taken place, where there are appeals and those appeals not granted and all of that. So I'm sure those are the decisions which must be respected by everyone. So all of us will respect all those decisions that have been taken. And we were happy that Msholozi were brought back home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I want to have a clear understanding, because you are alluding to other events as we give context. But this specific post, you conclude by saying, Wenze Msholozi. Something must have prompted you to do this.
Just for the record, can we get a translation of Wednesday?
Yes, yeah, maybe if you could you explain this in English for the benefit of the panel?
No, English is my second language. So maybe if there's someone here who's very learned in English can assist us.
Yeah, Advocate Lords hails from KZN, he will assist.
I will attempt. I think, of course, perhaps maybe the mayor can also agree or disagree or clarify further, and perhaps may also be assisted. But I think wenzeni would directly mean that what did a person do? That's what that's what it specifically means, as far as I understand. So if someone is asking wenzeni umsholozi, what did umsholozi do? That would be my direct translation to that. I don't know if the mayor would accept that translation or not.
Yes, I do. This was just a chant. It was all over. I remember that you also had a session here when you had to come deeper on Azikale. I think it's the same thing. It's just a chant which has been there.
No, thank you. I also understand the explanation by Advocate Lords. That was my understanding as well. Mayor, my colleague will also take you through some of the posts that you've made. But I just want to go back to, you said there were groupings and opportunistic individuals or elements who took advantage of the unrest. So the question to you is, in your view, do you think this unrest was well planned, funded, and orchestrated, or it was just spontaneous?
Since I've had engagements with committee members, since then, even today, I still meet in communities. What they express to us is that, Mayor, the message that was sent during this period is that you as government, you are failing us. People who are living below poverty lines are increasing in this country. The number of people who are unemployed are increasing significantly. And the inequalities that are seen happening are also increasing. Not only reverting to the history, but what becomes important is that there are still divisions which persist in the society. And those divisions are also perpetuated by the fact that the spatial development frameworks of that time during apartheid period were not affording everybody with all the rights and the services that people were supposed to receive from government. As a result, you can differentiate. When you are in our CPD in eThekwini, you know, yeah, no, this is a well-off place for people in the surrounding suburbs. But when you start to move out, you'll find your Newlands, you'll find your Phoenix. So these ones were better than the other ones. Then last, at the periphery, you'll find Africans there seated in numbers. You'll find people who are unemployed in numbers. You'll find people who are seated there without houses. You'll find people with bad state of roads. You'll find people without water. You'll find people without electricity in those areas. So that on its own, it doesn't display to the society that we are equal. Although since we ascended to the position of power since 1994, we are starting to address some of these backlogs, but we are not yet there. So that on its own, it says that we are not equal here. Secondly, the issues which emanated during that, as I've said, I think I've already answered your question when I said there were certain interest groups. But members of the community, the majority of them, they went there, they got involved, or they got mobilized if they were mobilized, because using the advantage that they are poor. So whoever who mobilized them to go and loot, he took that advantage that we know that people, if you say, do you need bread? they won't say, no, I don't need bread. They can't afford bread. So therefore, they'll go there and fetch bread and conduct looting. So in my conversations, in my interactions, my addresses with the committee members, I say, what you did in July was wrong. And I maintain that.
Yeah.
So what we did, we can't condone it, we condemn it. And if you look at the aftermath of the July unrest, there are people, as we are seated today, who are still unemployed because their firms were banned, they are no longer there. There are firms which have not yet reinstated their operations. So all these factors involved. But I must tell you, during these processes, I did not hide my feeling as a leader, because when you are a leader, sometimes you must say things which will make you unpopular as long as those things are correct. So when people decide to kill a child who was fetched from a hospital by the mother, who's young as well, then the mother calling an Uber service to come and fetch them from hospital, then they are stopped. Then the driver of the Uber is killed in front of them. The child, an innocent life who just got out of hospital, is killed. Then the mother, who really was unarmed, a vulnerable person, a woman of this country, is also shot at. How do you call that? I call it racism. There's no other better word. I call it racism because they were judged by their own skin color. That's why the thing happened to them. And most of the people who were killed in Phoenix, I can tell you, I can guarantee you, I've been a ward councillor in those areas. Most of the people who were killed in Phoenix, the majority of them, may their lives rest in peace. Most of them, they were there because they were insisting, even during the unrest, to go and work so that they can fend for their families. They said, regardless of the situation, because we know if we don't work, there will be no pay. That's why they insisted to continue. Even when Phoenix was closed, they continued to go to that area because they can't live without that employment. It's the future of their children and the present. So I'm saying, when you hear some of us making such statements, don't think that we are racist in nature ourselves. But we are talking to the action which was committed. It was a racist act. So therefore, it should be called as such. Yes, the other part then can come in, that is a criminality. Yeah, racism is a criminality. Yeah. And we have improved legislation so that we cap on racism incidents in South Africa. So those people are racist. If I have power as a mayor, because we are the tourist seat, I can, even when they got convicted, we must know their houses and take tourists there and say, here was the racist living, as we are doing with the revolutionaries. That here is a revolutionary who stayed here. Here is a racist, and that racist was sentenced to so many years, and we write a statement there next at the gate that this is a racist. So we need to fight racism at all costs.
Yeah, Mayor, I don't think you've completely answered my question, and maybe this question that I have will partly assist. As the mayor of eThekwini, were you aware of any intelligence that there was an unrest going, as the mayor of eThekwini, were you aware of any intelligence that there was going to be an unrest in eThekwini?
No, I was not aware of any intelligence report. I'm sure intelligence reports are given to specific entities. Only thing that I knew was on social network. That's why if you look at the trend of my post, I was capping things before even they started to happen.
Did you have any engagements with the Premier, with the MEC for community safety, with the South African Police Service cluster in eThekwini prior to the unrest or during the unrest?
During the unrest, we had interactions.
But prior,
prior, no.
No.
if we're engaged,
So-
we're
so-
engaged
so
on
you-
other matters.
So therefore, is it safe to assume you wouldn't know whether the unrest was planned and well orchestrated?
Yes, that is why in my submission, I'm supporting your own analysis of the situation. And I think it's a correct analysis with my own opinion.
Yeah. You've already delved into the issues I wanted to traverse surrounding the unsavory incidents in Phoenix, where more than 30 people lost their lives. When did you become aware of incidents of people being maimed and killed in Phoenix as the mayor?
I became aware on social networks because people were posting and we started to see things circulating. Then because I was still at home, I had to take action.
And what action did you take?
Is the one that I've already alluded here, that I mobilized the leadership of the city. We had to go all out to calm the situation down during these sessions, which I've highlighted in my submission, so that people can also realize that the leaders are hearing their call, and leaders are there to provide leadership. And we have expressed our condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones, and may their souls rest in peace.
What was the role of the eThekwini Metro Police during the unrest? Did you receive any reports?
Yeah, you know, as a mayor, people will call me. Say, we are seeing people approaching a certain facility, whether it's a mall or a public entity or facility. Then they will say, can you please organize police? I was in constant communication with Provincial Commissioner Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, as well as Deputy Commissioner of Metropolis, Commissioner Mkun, asking for vans. And they were giving me honest responses. And those honest responses, as a leader, who does not only have to be popular when you give back the feedback to the communities. I went back to communities. I said, as we speak, police are overstretched. So therefore, I can't expect any van which will come on this side because police are already overstretched with their limited resources, both SAPS and Metropolis. But I can tell you, the residents said, especially in the areas where the barricades were conducted, they said at least the availability of Metropolis there, the visibility was observed. But although they could not have a footprint in each and every corner of the city. So I can say relatively, they did a good job during this period.
Chair, could we just take a 5 minutes break? Comfort break. Thank you.
Yes, no problem. Let's take a 5-minute comfort break. We stand down for 5 minutes. Thank you. we're ready to continue. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mayor, in your affidavit, you make reference to your Facebook posts, but there is a post that, or Facebook post of the 10th of July that you do not refer to. This post reads, "We are Msholozi. Msholozi is us. Hashtag free Zuma." Could you explain what you mean by this post or with this post?
Thank you, Commissioner. The reference to this is that we were expressing our support, fully support, behind Msholozi as a revolutionary, as a person who fought for the liberation of us as a country, as a person who continued to add more value when he was deployed in government to change the lives of the poor in our country. And we respected that we still view him as our father. So therefore, the expression was that we are Msholozi, we are him, we support him, and that he must be freed. That free part, that free Zuma, is that he must be at home. And we are happy that he's being freed. He's at home. That was the meaning of this.
Are you cognizant of the fact that as a public figure, your statements or Facebook posts have a significant impact on social discourse?
Yes, I do. That is why I always take cognizance of the fact that whatever I post, it should not instigate violence. So here in my statement, there's nothing that instigates violence. Instead, I've been calling for calm.
Well, this statement, "We are Msholozi, Msholozi is us, hashtag free Zuma," was made on the 10th, and on the 10th, there were still incidents of violence and looting in KZN and eThekwini in particular. Would you say this statement could have potentially fueled what happened on the 10th? Because on the same day, the KZN Premier, on the 10th, the KZN Premier called for discipline and for protesters to express their anger through peaceful means. And you, on the other hand, decided to post on the same day that "We are Msholozi, Msholozi is us," and then free Zuma. Hashtag free Zuma.
I do not think that my statements added on what transpired. Because this statement has been said even in 2005. It's not a new statement. So by then it would have also created violence if it's now can be viewed that it insults, really insult violence. It has been said there by many leaders. I can even quote them, who were addressing when they attend to the court cases, court hearing of the former President Jacob Zuma. And there are many videos circulating publicly where some leaders were making statements that what is being done to President Zuma, really there's no justice on it. So this is an old statement, can't be reviewed now based on the July 2021. Since 2005, these statements has been made. And I've been making these statements. So I didn't stop. Since I've been making them since 2005 when I was still leading the Youth League. Now, even now when I'm the ANC PC member, I'm still making it. And the Provincial Executive Committee of the ANC took a conscious decision that we'll need to support Msholozi so that you do not hand over your own leader to individuals, and those individuals who may abuse their support for that leader. So I think there's nothing wrong with the statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
But would you accept that the circumstances under which this was posted differed from the circumstances that prevailed in 2005, because at the time the former president was not incarcerated?
Yes, I agree that the situation was different, but the challenges were still remaining the same.
Which challenges?
The challenges of a leader whom we've been viewing that there are injustices meted against him, even since then. Other matters have not been concluded in court even today. Some were concluded.
So on
I
the
think one of them, I'm sure, which is a well-known one, is the issue of the rape case, which we're also chanting the very same slogans on it, which then was concluded.
yeah. On the
So there was justice done there. Because if there is no one who can ask for justice, justice will never be achieved. That is why our constitution allows that people must participate in this democracy. And part of participation is to express. It's to express your own feelings, but as long as you express that in an orderly manner. So as a leader, I could not see anything wrong for me to say, I am Sholo, we am Sholos, and Sholos is us, and free Zuma.
With the benefit of hindsight, do you think this was a wise thing to do, given the incidents of looting and violence that were involving at the time when you posted this? And I said earlier, on the one hand, your premier on the same day says, or calls for discipline and for protesters to express their anger through peaceful means. And you, on the other hand, as the executive mayor of eThekwini, but in your private capacity, you post that we are Msholozi is us, free Zuma. With the benefit of hindsight, given the tensions that prevailed at the time, the violence, the looting, do you think this was a responsible thing to do as a public figure who also holds public office?
The danger may be isolating this post with other posts which I've made on the 6th of July. Once you isolate this post, there will be something big wrong there. But once you also include this post, and beyond this, the post which I've been posting as an individual leader, which is to calm people down. Even prior to some of the incidents, the statements I've made here on the 6th of July, we're saying let us not also allow people who are opportunists to hijack the call. Because when you're a leader, you traverse a terrain where sometimes if there's nothing wrong that people are saying, we must acknowledge it. There's nothing wrong of freeing Zuma, as there was nothing wrong of Zuma must fall. So there's nothing wrong at all. Because there were those who said Zuma must fall, there's now those who are saying free Zuma. So I don't see anything unbecoming. But if you look at this statement in isolation, you may then view it as something which insulted violence.
Yeah.
Which I do not think it's correct.
Yeah. The following day you posted the following: those who have been asking for my whereabouts as a mayor, I've been serving my 10 days of COVID-19 at home. I'm back in the office tomorrow. What you've been observing was me as ANC member. Could you explain why you decided to post this?
The reason why I posted this, because people from the opposition, they posted my post on the 10th of July. They said I'm insulting violence. I said, no, I'm not doing that. Whatever that I've been saying it as an ANC leader, and I've been calming people down. That was my response on this post.
So this in your view was not sort of a retraction, or you realizing the impact of the post on the 10th?
No, it was not at all. It was a response to people who are distorting me, my statement, who were saying I'm insulting violence by saying this.
As the city of eThekwini, do you have a social media policy?
Yes, we do.
Does this policy also apply to you as the mayor?
The policy applies to all people of eThekwini who are part of the entity, the institution.
And has council or oversight committees within council, has anyone ever raised concerns or queries about your Facebook posts during the time of the unrest?
It was raised in the ESCO and I responded, then the matter disappeared. Because there are structures. There is an ethics committee in the municipality. It was never taken there because it was clear that it was just politicking. It was never taken there. I've never been called before the ethics committee to explain myself.
Yeah. Because of time, I'll hand over to my colleague to ask his set of questions. Advocate Lloyd, Lords.
No, thank you very much. Perhaps to the panel, I would just be maybe just dealing with one or two questions relating to the post, and then for the benefit of the mayor, I'm going to deal with other aspects, particularly relating to the city's responses to the unrest, post the unrest, basically, just to clarify a few things there. Maybe just whilst we on paragraph 10, as my friend was dealing with those specific posts, I think you dealt with the aspect of the post being seen as not in isolation, but perhaps we should look at all of these posts in unison. Did I understand you correctly there? That we shouldn't look at a specific post in isolation, but we should look at all of your posts in totality. Did I understand you well, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And perhaps on the very same document that you have in front of you with regards to the posts, there is one on the last page which is a post of 12 July 2021. And I will attempt here, Chair, and perhaps the mayor can just agree, if he does, with the translation that I will prefer, if that's in order. The post begins by, I'll read the isiZulu version, and then I will come back line by line, translate that into English, and then perhaps maybe we'll deal with each aspect, Mayor. And if you agree with it, you'll just affirm. It begins by saying, in isiZulu, Bahlali, siyazithoba, singubuholi benu, sicela sehlise imimoya, singalahlekelwa imiphefumulo, kulimale inqalazinziba, nzinda, kanye nokuphela kwamathoho ezimbonini, or amatoho ezimbonini, amatoho. That would then, in terms of our translation, would be as follows. Citizens, we humble ourselves as your leadership. Let us please calm down and not kill people and destroy infrastructure and jobs in industries. Would you align with the translation on that line that I read, Mayor?
Yes, I'm with you. And I'm together with you.
Okay, do you affirm that that translation aligns with what was posted there?
Definitely.
That which I read?
Yes.
Okay. And then lastly, the last line is the Zulu version on the post. Siyazi ukuthi yini le ebanga ulaka. Free Msholozi. sicela imimoya yehle kuzolunga. And then of course our translation to that would be as follows. We know what angers you, Frim Sholozi. Please calm down. It is going to be okay.
I agree.
Okay. Now, what was the main reason, as far as you recall, after having looked at the other posts, what would be the main reason for you on the 12th having made this particular post on Facebook?
Yes, I think many incidents that occurred started on the 12th. Although there may have been some incidents, but the major ones which were also observed by the nation, they were there around that time. So therefore, I continued from where I left off in the other post, where I've been calming people down to say that we mustn't lose lives, and the infrastructure and the jobs that have already been there must be preserved. So that was the sole purpose of the post. Thank you.
Okay. And you did address, there was a question or two relating to the distinction between your personal capacity and that of you being mayor when you actually made this post. Just for clarity's sake, so that I'm not under the incorrect assumption, is it correct that you indicated that the posts were in your personal capacity? That's what I understood, right?
Yes, correct.
And during that time, when you were on leave, I'm assuming you were on leave because you had contracted COVID, if I remember well.
Yes,
And you were in isolation at home, correct?
correct.
Okay. You were still the mayor at that time.
Yes, I've been a mayor since 2019.
Okay. And prior to you being on or going on leave, or maybe put differently, when you were on leave and being at home, was there someone else that was acting in your stead? Was there a deputy mayor, or did someone else fill your shoes, basically, whilst you were on sick leave?
Unfortunately, we had no deputy as a municipality during this period, but there was a leader and a comrade who was supposed to be elected as a deputy. But we looked at the period of the elections, we said, no, maybe even if we can still live without a deputy, we can still survive as a municipality. And I delegated her, because I recall when Minister Begicel and other leaders of the province, the Premier, visited families, she was actively involved to conduct visitations and in many programs, even after the killings of Phoenix during the Phoenix massacre.
Okay, just for the record, could you just give us the name, just so that in case, as the evidence team, we need to clarify certain things, or if there's certain information that we require?
She's no longer a councillor now. It's councillor, former councillor, Diana Wurzak. But during the activation in terms of seniority, the activation of committee engagements, I requested the speaker to take lead of committee engagements.
And is the speaker still in that position?
No, she's a former speaker.
And who is the former speaker? Or who was the speaker?
It was
at the time?
councillor Weziwe Thusi.
Wenziwe Thusi.
Weziwe, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, this is just specifically for purposes of if there's any follow-up and any information that we may require, just so that we know who to contact in that regard. Now, perhaps, Deputy Mayor, if we could, sorry, Mayor, my apologies, if we could just go back to your Sorry, I think it was planted in my head that you did not have a deputy mayor, so I apologize for that. Let's just go back to your statement. Specifically, I'm interested in what is covered. Just a second, just to double check my notes. Perhaps a general question before we go to any specific paragraph. You appear to have discontentment in terms of the people that actually died, and I think we also had heard evidence during this hearing in the first sitting when we were in KZN as to the number of people that died. And I posed this question to both the Premier and also to the current Minister of Police. And this question really was in relation to those that lost their lives, particularly in the Phoenix and surrounding areas, as you mentioned as to how you felt about that. There was this question around reparations. I don't know if you've got a comment or view. Some of those that lost their loved ones have basically given us submissions and have actually complained to the Commission as well, and even testified. Some died and others were seriously injured and the like. And there's been this question around reparations, and they've been asking as to whether there's going to be any form of reparations for them given what has happened. I don't know if you've got a comment, and if any, perhaps you can profile that now on that.
Now, I think I'll be preempting your work, because the reason why you have been put in place to conduct this exercise is to ascertain that you hear the views of people and you submit your report. So I'll be really preempting your work, and I think you are still on the right track in executing your responsibilities during these sessions. But what we have done as a municipality during these processes, we send our teams, we supported families through groceries in preparation for the funerals. Because we have some financial constraints, we could not give more than what we could afford. So we also gave each family 10,000 rand as part of the preparations for the funerals. Thank you.
Okay, and that was just specifically in relation to the funerals and nothing else?
Yes, it was specific to the funerals.
Perhaps whilst on that, because I mean that's partly to do with, or partly in relation to what the municipality has done. Maybe a broader question to you, Mayor, in response to what happened in the July unrest, especially in eThekwini, is there any bylaw or any policy that the municipality has embarked upon or has enacted that may deal with any of the issues that actually came out of what happened in the July unrest?
We have seen no need to amend the bylaws. The only thing which we are putting more emphasis on and the concerted efforts is to enforce our bylaws. We can't allow people to take the law unto themselves. So we've got to enforce our bylaws. In whatever circumstance that we are faced with, bylaws must be respected. Thank you.
Is there any specific one that perhaps made you realize as the city that post the July unrest, we need to ensure that we enforce this particular bylaw?
Yeah, in fact, the challenge which we have discovered and which we know is that we don't have adequate metropolis officers. So therefore, it was given that if you look at all the incidents and the number of people who were involved in those incidents, you can also realize that they were overstretched. So we are keep on employing more Metropolis. We are adding more numbers on each and every financial year, 200 per each financial year, so that we increase the number, at least if they can be seated at 5,000, of which now they are just 2,000. So we can be able to manage the situation. But also strengthening the capacity and capabilities of our municipal police to face all circumstances. I'm sure we are also one of those municipalities which have invested a lot in the facilities, equipment, and the vehicles that can manage public protest or any other circumstance. So we are continuing to invest on such. We are continuing to invest on technology so that you can get the alert and the alarm as early as possible, and you are then able to react early than coming after things have been done or incidents have happened. So we are putting more focus on those resources because we've got to have a police system that is able to respond to the plight of our residents to be safe all the time.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's commendable, especially in light of what was said to this hearing during the first leg in KZN, where the Durban Chamber of Commerce and Industry did indicate to us that there was quite high visibility of Metro Police and the assistance that was provided, especially in terms of protecting some of the businesses. Now, back to your statement or your affidavit in paragraph 9, where you sort of capture the social, economic, and spatial and other factors, or including political factors. I'm not going to read that entire paragraph, but I'm interested just to know, perhaps the context is what you said a little bit earlier, where you said that the jurisdiction of eThekwini municipality is quite wide, and we still, as you said, have we have remnants of the past in terms of apartheid and the like, and there's some serious inequalities. Now, I know that, or it is sort of public knowledge that the city, in particular Durban, has an influx of people coming from other areas because of job opportunities and the like. And there's also quite a high number of informal settlements and so on. Now, I'm just zooming in as an example to the areas, or one of the areas that was affected quite gravely, and that is very close to the N2 and M19 in your Springfield and surrounding areas. I'm just interested to know, because I mean, in those areas as well, there's quite a number of informal settlements, and you see the inequality. What is the city doing to address this issue of inequality, especially given that you have a very healthy budget of over 50 billion rands?
No, thank you very much. Firstly, with the informal settlement, by the way, the city has got more than 580 informal settlements. They are as a result of the migration, not only from the province, even people coming from other boundaries of other provinces coming to look for the jobs and economic opportunities in the city. So we are having a program called Informal Settlements Upgrading. Where there is no water, we put roads, we put sanitation, and with a sole purpose of conducting studies, which have been conducted, some of them we've already started to remove the communities, to relocate communities from those informal settlements, like the one SSPingo. And we are now currently building houses for them, Kwankwangu project. That is the name of the road, and the project is called Ngwangu Project. There are many projects of that nature which we are planning, which are going to be implemented to relocate them from where they are so that they can live in a better place with all the services that are required by human beings to be able to live a life which is also enjoyed by other citizens. But with the limited budget that we have also looked at how can we better transform the economy of the city. Hence, we are working together with stakeholders under our eThekwini Economic Council. Big businesses are there, civil society is there, labor is represented, and as well as ourselves as a municipality and the academia, because we want to have a shared vision of ensuring that we change the economy to work for every citizen of eThekwini. And we are also having good programs on the radical socio-economic transformation, which are set there as interventions to change the situation so that those who have been left out of the mainstream economy, they can be able to start accessing economy, especially through our own SCM processes as a city. We have just passed a policy last year, the old administration, the previous administration, that policy which talks on how we distribute land which is there in the city, so that that land can now be accessed by those who have been locked out of that participation, especially when you talk about property relations. And our policy is very clear. It says blacks in general and Africans in particular must be given a priority, so that in terms of ownership of property and land in the city, you can also draw about issues of equity moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, and perhaps maybe as a request, would it be possible for us to gain access to especially the examples that you gave in as far as the policy on land and the others? And we'll be communicating with regards to that. It will be
Yes, we can provide our plans on informal settlements as well as the issue on the radical socio-economic transformation. As we speak, we are working on the issues of Gauteng, where we'll implement this public transport system, and we are engaging with the stakeholders in the transport industry, both buses and taxis. We are about to reach consensus on issues which have been there in the negotiations being not unlocked. So I'm sure now we'll be ready to continue and fast track that process. Thank you.
okay. Thank you very much. That will be relevant for us, particularly as you're aware, because we also need to look into those particular issues as part of this particular hearing. Now, you mentioned, I'm not going to go to any specific paragraph with regards to what I'm going to ask now, but you sort of enumerate a number of engagements that were had. I think majority of the ones that you mentioned, you were part of those. Now, I think broadly, without being specific, because I think you were, as per your affidavit, you were engaging quite a number of wards and areas that were affected. But I'm just interested to know, or we are interested to know, what outcomes have you realized in as far as those engagements are concerned? And perhaps maybe you could give us an example, if there is any. But I'm looking at these in totality, because you sort of went on the ground, you interacted and engaged with different communities. But I'm just interested, or we are interested to know what sort of outcome, if there was any, and if there was none as well, you could say so.
In the quest of nation building and social cohesion, it transpired during these engagements that there are still divisions which persist in our society. And those divisions, of course, in the main, they are influenced by economic disparities, so which requires government and all stakeholders, including business, to address. So therefore, we'll be hosting our Social Cohesion Summit now around May, just to be certain that we bring all stakeholders together so that whatever decisions that or resolution that may come out of that summit will be implemented. But without the summit being staged, already in our plans as a municipality of transforming the economy, of ensuring that we reach out to all communities. We have put some of the plans together to ascertain that we are becoming more responsive on the issues raised. In other areas, the issues of the lack of capacity of the police were raised, and we have forwarded that to the police department, that in this police station they are complaining about the lesser numbers of human personnel to handle matters. In this police station they are complaining about the facilities which are not conducive for members to be actively working and respond whenever communities bring challenges. So we have raised all that. Last Friday we had an engagement with the Minister of the Police visiting the city to deliberate on these matters. And there were very good resolutions which came out of that. And part of that is the areas which are overpopulated, where the minister committed that they will be considering improving security in those areas. But we also looked at more reasons why the integration should not be looked at the issues of economy, but socially. It's important that you take schools from the other side of the community. They come and play soccer, they come and play cricket and play rugby with the other community, so that you bring our children together and you deal with all these stereotypes which are there in the society, which seeks to perpetuate the divisions that no, you are better off, these ones are not better off. So those concerted efforts will enable us as government and the society to address these matters. But in the main, the major and the fundamental one is employment. We wouldn't have been there if many people are employed. So therefore, our programs should focus on job creation, so that we change the living conditions of our communities. So that if anyone comes and say, let's go and loot, they will say, no, never, not in our name. We are not going to do that, because Tina, we are working and we are enjoying all the rights that South Africans are supposed to enjoy. Thank you.
Perhaps lastly, on the issue of social cohesion, as you mentioned it, and this upcoming summit. Is the summit going to have any particular focus on issues of race?
Definitely, it won't be left out. But there are also issues of xenophobic perspectives which are there in the society. There are issues on social cohesion which must be looking at how do we integrate those who are here in the country legally and who possess permits, whether it's visa, it's economic visa, or it's a study visa or asylum seekers visa. So because the laws of the world and the laws of our country recognizes that there will be people who will be coming. But into what extent do we make our laws flexible so that we do not have a situation where many people who are coming from outside are the ones who are employed and those who are from local are not employed. So the summit is not going to be looking at the issue of racism only, but it should be looking at how do we become a cohesive society that brings all values of Ubuntu to bring people together, embracing our unity in diversity as a diverse city moving forward. So I'm sure we'll come out with clear resolutions in relation to those issues, and they will make us as a leadership and the community of eThekwini to change the living conditions of our people.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, I promise you, I know we are cognizant of the issue of time which you communicated with us before we started today. I believe that was also shared with the panel, because you only had limited time that we agreed to, and you have to be released by 12 o'clock. In fact, that's how we scheduled the program today. Maybe my last one, and perhaps thank you for sharing those issues relating to the summit that's upcoming. In fact, we will be writing to your office together with the information that you will share with us. Perhaps if you could also share information relating to that particular summit as well, because I think it will be useful for us to look and perhaps even participate in that. Perhaps lastly, on my side, Chair, if I could just beg your indulgence just for a second. Perhaps lastly on my side, Mayor,
Go ahead, please.
okay, thank you, Chair. Just lastly on my side, is there anything else, as you rightfully said earlier on, you do not want to preempt what sort of recommendations we're going to be making and so on. Having been privy to the terms of reference, in fact, you even framed your affidavit around those. Is there anything that you wish this particular hearing to look into in as far as perhaps recommending just to assist us, given that you are the mayor of eThekwini, you've been on the ground, you've seen some of the issues, you've responded to some of the questions relating to those particular challenges and the way forward. Is there anything in particular that you would wish to flag for this particular hearing that we must really look at in as far as perhaps recommendations are concerned from where you are sitting? Thank you.
Thank you. We view your role as a very critical role as a Chapter 9 institution in the society, especially in awareness, raising awareness on human rights. You are guaranteed that you'll be invited in the summit to come and have a role to play there as a Human Rights Commission. But we need to educate our people because sometimes they confuse the rights with arrogance and everything which does not constitute the right, where they will sometimes suppress the rights of others, but claiming that it's my right to do so. So awareness programs which must be grounded, where we have an operation in eThekwini called Operation Sugumasake, which is the community outreach program. So we'd love to be with you in all those sessions. We'll give you the date and of the program so that if you can also be able to participate. But also the role of bringing people together, because the Human Rights Commission must see to it that we as municipalities, as different spheres of government, we are providing services in a manner that is envisaged so that citizens can enjoy better freedom and rights. So we are looking forward in working with you in those aspects so that wherever we are not doing well, you can be able to tell us that, no, it looks like you are suppressing the rights of people by not addressing this challenge. So we are looking forward in working with you. I think that is our expectation, and we commit that we'll be sending invitations so that we are together in this journey of bringing about nation building and social cohesion. It's not an easy thing to do. It's a process. It requires many concerted efforts going on the ground, but addressing the economic issues will be the first issue to be attended to, because it is a right to be able to survive and to be able to afford buying bread. It's a right of people. So if that right is not considered and it is not adhered to, so major things and programs must be effected in that regard to turn the tide around. Thank you. Sorry, especially I'm sure as Human Rights Commission can also add value when we pass legislations and those legislations are not responding in addressing the things which are the rights of people. So to work with us in that space and also critique us in those laws, because each and every law must be also within the confines of our constitution as a country. So if there are rights in the constitution which are not addressed, like section 217 of the constitution, where people have got no access to economy, so those rights need to be attended to. How we as government, we are addressing those challenges. I think we need more pressure. For now, yes, there is pressure, but we need more pressure for us to move with speed to address such issues.
Thank you very much. I'd like to hand over to the panel now. That will be the end of my questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just for sake of completion, you weren't planning to deal with the post of 9 July, because I don't think, yeah, you haven't dealt with that one.
The post of 9 July, yes, it's part of the post that we included in the bundle, and there was actually a reference to it under paragraph 10.2. I thought that my brother had dealt with it, but I can just go to it now, because it's one of the ones that we didn't. It's in isiZulu, and we did not provide a translation for the benefits of the panel as well. Perhaps let's just go to it now, if that's okay with you, Chair. It's an sort of oversight
Yes,
on our side. Thanks for the alert. Mayor, could we just go to paragraph 10.2 of your affidavit? Paragraph 10.2,
Yes.
wherein you make reference to that on 9 July I posted on my Facebook page a message to the effect that much as the situation was hurtful, nothing should be destroyed and no blood should be shed, and people should not be on the lookout for opportunists who are out to perpetuate criminality. What I want to check now is whether the post that we provided is it the same post that you're making reference to before I read it? Just if you were to just double check.
Yes, it is.
It is. Okay. And perhaps, Chair and the panel, as we did with the other post, could I also just read and then maybe translate and just get the mayor to affirm if the translation is the correct one? I read as follows. The posting of 9 July. Lento ifana nokuthi nje sibulewe. And then there are emojis that follow. Those emojis appear to be emojis of tears running down one's face. And the translation there would be, this thing is like we have been killed. Would you agree with that translation?
Yeah, although it's a literal one, but I can agree. Yes.
Okay, no, it's fine. Perhaps once I'm done, you can maybe add any perspective, perhaps to context, etc. It goes on in isiZulu. Akulaleki kanti wenzeni uzuma. The translation would be, we cannot even sleep, or it could also mean, I cannot even sleep. What did Msholozi do? Or what did Uzuma do? Would you agree with that translation?
Yes.
It goes on.
Although it's not in singular, it's in plural.
It's in plural.
Yeah.
Okay, that's noted. It goes on to say, kodwa makungacekelwa lutho phansi futhi kungachitheki igazi noma sidiniwe nje. And the translation in English, but we must not vandalize or destroy anything or spill blood, even though we are angry. Does that sound like a correct translation?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last line in isiZulu, it goes, Sikade nosomathuba abazofuna ukwenza izenzo zobugebengu. And the translation in English, we must also be wary of chance takers that will want to do criminal acts. Do you agree with that translation?
Yes, I fully agree.
Okay. And perhaps then what follows would be, and I note that you did state that your posts were sort of, should be looked at in there's a context, but there's also, they must be looked at together with others. What was your, if you recall, what was sort of the reason and context around this particular post on the 9th?
When you lead people, you must also put yourself in their shoes. But you must not be driven by such behavior, but you need to provide guidance. So when I say to you, don't go to that fire, I must put myself that if I'm in that fire, something may happen. So therefore, it's important to say, don't go that direction. That is the message. And the message is clear here. It says, even if you are angry, so when I say, when I'm addressing you and say, even if we are angry, it's because I'm addressing you and I see that you are angry. We are angry. I'm putting me, but I'm standing on this side, but I'm putting me in the side of the people who are angry. Said, even if we are angry, don't commit crime. I think that's the main message that was related in this post.
And this is the message that you're sending out to your followers and those that can view your page?
Definitely all those who have access to my page. Yeah.
So would you say the same to the very first line that I translated to say, this thing is like we have been killed? Lento ifana nokuthi nje sibulewe. What is this thing? What were you making reference to there? And there's those emojis of those crying emojis.
Incarceration of the former president. That's what I was commenting on.
Okay. Now, without, because we don't have the benefit of any of the responses that came out of this. Of course, and other posts as well. Did you receive any negative commentary in terms of this post and others from your followers and others?
In this one, specifically, I received the two-sided responses. The other one was as if it portrays that, so don't stop us because we are being dealt with here. The other one was saying, we listen to our leader. The position you are putting is correct, even if this thing has happened, but let us not destroy our country. So those were the kind, whatever post that you make in public, they receive two responses. It's positive and negative.
And in the same post, you also go as far as warning people from not vandalizing or destroying or spilling blood, correct?
Yes.
You make reference there to not vandalizing or destroying anything or spilling blood, even though we are angry. Do you want to just explain that part of even though we are angry?
When you address people, you always put yourself in them. So your address and your message always resonate, and starting from the fact that those people that you are addressing, you feel what they are feeling. But without saying that you have already taken side, but you need to provide leadership. Because the say that says you must lead people, it doesn't remove away that the most leaders or people who are the leaders are those who are in the background and those few people who are given a responsibility. Because remember, when people say we want houses, then they'll send a team that you must go and represent us there. So that team is carrying a mandate of the people. So I was putting myself in what people are complaining about, but providing leadership. Because the other weakness that you may have as leaders is when during these hard times you run away, you are nowhere to be found. But what I did was to avail myself. I said, as much as I feel your pain, but don't do this. So that was the intended consequence of all these posts which I've made. And I carry that responsibility as a leader. So if people say I was not supposed to comment and just be in my office and be at home, then things maybe would have went worse than what it was. I think my contributions through this social media, because when you preach as a priest, there are those whom you can win their hearts. There are those whom you can't win. So I'm sure I've won many of the people who were prepared maybe to do something bad, terrible. But they said, hey, our leader has spoken, let me not do this. So that was the main purpose of sending this social network post.
And you did say that in all of your posts you had received those, or rather you would receive comments of those who agree with you and those that don't agree with you.
Yes, correct? Indeed, and I expected that. When you provide leadership, there are always people there who will be defiant. There are people who can listen to you as a leader. I think I've won many minds with this post, although it couldn't maybe make a big dent, but I'm sure, certainly, there are people who listen to my messages. And as a leader, I have a firm belief and conviction that if we stop providing leadership, somebody else can come in and provide leadership. Whether he call himself or herself a business forum or something like that, but if you don't take lead, somebody will occupy that vacuum. And that vacuum must always be closed to close the gap for the opportunist individual to come and mislead people.
Would you agree with an assertion that what you did in as far as the posts? I mean, we've traversed the posts, and there's different ones, and you also said that we must look at these in totality or in unison. Would you agree with an assertion that by posting the way you posted, and you do say that these were in your personal capacity, but at the same time we know that you're the mayor, the first citizen of the city, eThekwini. Would you agree with an assertion that you actually placed yourself in a situation involving a risk of conflict between your office, your responsibility as the mayor, and your own private or personal interests? And I know it may be a thin line, because you take the oath in your personal capacity, as my learned friend has dealt with that, but at the same time you also are a private individual, as you've explained.
One thing which I can say about my post, there's not even a single post where I've insulted violence, because you become a responsible leader if you do such. But instead, you can, even those who can put percentages when you have analyzed my post, how much percentage you put where I call for unity and calm, you'll find it's around 89% in my post. How much I've called for disunity? Nothing, zero. So I'm sure if you go through this post, but objectively, because sometimes I won't change the mind of the people. It depends. If you go subjectively on this post, you'll say this mayor is irresponsible, this mayor was insulting violence, this mayor was saying people must go and loot. I've never said that, and my position, I still maintain, it's very clear. I call for calm, and I'll continue doing this. Yes, the conflict of interest, it arises. Definitely when you're a leader, that conflict of interest will always arise. That people, they look at me whether as a leader of the ANC now, or they look at me as a mayor of the city, or they look at Mxolisi as an individual or a citizen of South Africa. So it depends which angle do you come from. But with my own perception and belief, I'm sure you can even call people who are professionals to try and weigh what I've been saying here and bring to me which part I've insulted violence. That is why I did not appear in the list of those who insulted violence in South Africa.
And maybe lastly, on this one, and of course we've dealt with the different posts, but would you agree with an assertion that your posts somewhat reinforced, somewhat legitimized sentiments that whatever needs to be done must be done to ensure that the former president is released from prison?
My post would have done that to an individual who does not read, to an individual who will hear somebody passing, going to the shop saying, Mayor said we must go and kill people, then that will get a surface. But to the individuals who read what is written here, there's no way. There's no way. Because when you read this in totality, you'll hear that the man is saying, don't commit crime. The man is saying, we hear your pain, but don't commit crime. But what kind of a leader where I can say, we don't hear your pain? So once we close our eyes as leaders, that's why people will lead themselves. So a leader must be bold enough to say, yes, there is a challenge here. You have this perspective, but they need to be guided, because if they are not guided, they'll become a danger to the society. And that is leadership, taking leadership.
Thank you, Mayor. Chair, and the panel, I'm done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Advocate Lodge. We are mindful of the fact that the mayor needs to join a council meeting at 12, but in the time available, let's ask Commissioner Tuli first.
Kaunda, ninjani?
Siyaphila, Commissioner. Ninjani ne?
Sikhona.
Siyabonga.
Babu Kaunda, I'll be quick in the interest of time. I refer you to paragraph 8.3 of your affidavit. You mentioned in your affidavit that, firstly, prior to that, you mentioned in response to a question raised by one of the evidence leaders that yours was the first delegation of government to arrive in Phoenix. Now, we read that in relation to paragraph 8.3, where you do mention that there were barricades on roads, barricades which were illegal. But I'm particularly interested in the note that says that they did so with the support and active assistance of heavily armed and heavy-handed private security companies. Now, you mentioned that your delegation was in Phoenix with the intent of enforcing your bylaws. Can you inform us if any of these private security companies have been held accountable for these barricades?
That's a responsibility of the police, and that's a commitment Minister of Police made when he established a special task team. He said there must be investigations, especially on the conduct of the private security companies, whether they are legit, firstly, how are they following the Firearms Act when they are carrying weapons in the public, and whether what became their role in destabilizing the communities during this period. So I'm sure those investigations are still on board. We'll hear the outcomes of those. And SIRA was also brought on board to look at the specific requirements in compliance with the security industry.
So perhaps if you can take us to the ground on the 14th of July, having mentioned that the role of your delegation was to enforce your bylaws, particularly in relation to these roadblocks that were erected illegally, what action did you take, taking into account that you've mentioned that it's the responsibility of the South African police to hold those accountable? What did you do on the ground on the 14th of July when you were met with these illegal barricades?
In the public discourse, there was a contestation that's why the municipality is taking a stance of removing barricades. Because we said that in a statement. As a mayor, I said you are not allowed to do this. If you do it, you must do it within the ambit of the law. There must be police officers who conduct roadblocks. It can't be private members of the municipality and the private companies which will just be searching cars and searching everything. So what we did, we deployed Metropolis. Let me cite an example. I received a call from one of our councillors who complained that Metropolis is here, is demanding that we remove barricades. I said, yeah, they are doing the right thing. They are enforcing the law. You are doing something which is unlawful. So allow them to do their work. You are a councillor. A councillor can't block Metropolis when Metropolis want to execute their responsibilities. So those are the kind of actions we're on the ground. In fact, as a mayor, I've been driving throughout the city, even talking to those who are conducting these barricades, saying that I'm your mayor here. I understand the pressure that you are under. We'll be working with you. The police are here. They'll be assisting you. But don't allow individuals to turn this to become a racial issue. Because most of them, they became the racial exercise rather than saving lives and the properties of communities.
Thanks, Mr. Kaunda. Further, you mentioned that your institution distributed 30,000 rand to 600 emerging businesses and the monies which came from the COVID-19 and Unrest Fund. Would you be able to furnish the hearing with an exact list of the 600 emerging businesses to which the 30,000 rand was distributed to?
Definitely, Commissioner will avail that document and how the criteria was formulated and those individual companies which emerged in that process.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Further to that, you also mentioned that your institution distributed 10,000 rand each to families of the deceased. Are you able to inform us how many families of deceased this 10,000 rand was distributed to, which in effect is a question that asks how many 10,000 rands were distributed?
Although I can't reconcile that information now, Commissioner, I can also furnish you with it. I think there are more than 35 families.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would appreciate a written submission of the list of the families to which the 10,000 rands were distributed to. Now, moving towards my last question, Mr. Kaunda, you spoke to a revolution when you mentioned your support of Obaba Msholozi. I was particularly interested in your articulation of the revolution as a present action which you are embarking on. Can you confirm if you are of the view that you are still involved or embarking on a revolution?
The struggles we wage and we continue to wage, we are guided by our national democratic revolution. Where do we want to take this society to? And the goals of the NDR are talking on the attainment of political power, and the attainment of economic power, in order for us to have a situation in South Africa where people in majority who are left out of the mainstream economy are also able to participate in the economy. But where we recognize human rights, where we recognize our unity in diversity, but leading this city towards the attainment of the national democratic society. So that's where we want to go. And the vehicle for us to go to that is to ensure that we attain all this, we become responsive to the aspirations of South Africans to change their lives for the better, especially providing education, relevant skills, ensuring that there's job creation, but there's also full participation in the mainstream economy. So with that, we'll be able to turn the tide around. Otherwise, for now, the economy still remains on the hands of the minority, which is white community in majority and males in particular.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. What, in your view, is the definition of the word revolution?
Is to bring about fundamental change. A revolution is where you stage any action to ensure that we bring about fundamental change. And that fundamental change to us as South Africans is that people must enjoy better life. And people of South Africa must have access to opportunities regardless of their color, regardless of their class, whether they are rich or they are not rich. But especially, we are biased to the poor and the working class. That's where our revolution is directed. And the motive forces are poor, rural masses, black masses, Africans in particular, and blacks in general. And you talk about youth, you talk about women, people with disability. Those are the motive forces of our own revolution, which we would like to see the result and its outcome, where their lives have been changed.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. In paragraph 9 of your affidavit, you mention, and I quote, "It will be naive to overlook the political disposition of the poor neighborhoods on the one hand and the affluent ones on the other. At the time of the unrest, most of the wards in the poor or less affluent communities were led by the African National Congress, while most of the wards in the affluent areas were held by the Democratic Alliance." I make mention of this paragraph, Mr. Mayor, in relation to your response and definition of the word revolution. If one stated that for the past close to 3 decades, since 1994, the responsibility to bring about this fundamental change that you speak of when you define the word revolution has been that of the African National Congress, which is the government of the day. And if then we say that the poor are mainly in the areas that are governed by the ANC, and the more affluent are those governed by the Democratic Alliance. If one were to say then, according to your definition, it appears as though this is a failed revolution or a failing revolution, particularly taking into regard the massive inequalities that mainly have been exposed during the July unrest, what would your response be?
My response will be, firstly, you can't undo the work which was entrenched to put the apartheid system and ensure the exclusion of people in more than 350 years. Then you think you can undo that in 28 years. That will be impossible. So therefore, the revolution is still evolving, because we have a firm belief that we have not reached a stage where we have been able to address these matters and the differences. That is why we talk of, in our strategy and tactics document of the ANC, we talk of the struggle of the opposite, where we need to persuade those who are in power in terms of finance or the class that is leading, and those who are in business, to say, look, we have a shared vision where all of us, we can participate here. That is why South Africa took a stance which is unlike the stance taken by other revolutionary movements in Africa, where they said, those who colonize us, they must move away, they must ship out in our country. But our colonialism was a colonialism of a special type, where we said we acknowledge that you are here and we can't chase you away, but let us work together in bring about social cohesion, bring about the country that will benefit all its citizens. That's the struggle that we are in. That is why if you look at the trend of ANC resolutions in its conferences, it acknowledges that we have not changed the situation as we envisage, but we still need to put more concerted efforts, especially in ensuring that we change the systems so that the systems can be able to respond to those who have been left out of the mainstream economy. Hence, there are many legislations that are being put forward and radical socio-economic transformation interventions which are put forward. Those are not put forward so that we move those who are already in the economy, but we are saying open the door, and that cake must then be open to everyone to start and eat on that cake. And that is not something big that we are asking for. It's something which requires all South Africans, especially patriotic citizens, to say, let's work together. And that's why we are having the networks. That's why we are having eThekwini Economic Council, where we bring even big businesses to the captains of industry to say, in what you have, let us make sure that it's distributed to communities and all people who have been left out of the mainstream economy. It's not an easy task to do, an easy job to do. It takes time, because you need to change the way people think. If people think that because we are rich, we must retain this on our own, this wealth to us, and not distribute it to other people, that's where the problem will start. But once we persuade them, open the doors, let's work together, let's inject our necessary injection and investment as government, then the tide will then start turning. So that's where we want to go.
Thanks, Mr. Kaunda. Just lastly, you mentioned in your affidavit that from the 14th to the 17th of July, you embarked on visits to communities led by a delegation of members of, I believe,
Of Troika.
yes. Are you able to tell us if you have had follow-up visits to these communities after the 17th of July?
In some committees, we have went back to look at the matters, and we are still continuing to put plans to respond to other issues which they raised during our engagements. And the matters which they raised in the platform which I created with the CEO of companies, I raised those issues. In eThekwini Economic Council, when we sit with the captains of industry and labor, civil society, as well as academia, I also raised those matters. So these matters are starting to find expression. Because in the Economic Council, we don't just have a structure which sits and resolves on matters, but we have also working streams which are looking at each and every sector of the economy, how much job we can unlock in that sector and how much job we can unlock in that sector, so that the decision the council will take will be well informed about the work that is done, but sourcing the wisdom of different stakeholders who are participating in this.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. That was my last question. We will request then, with the submissions that you have committed to, if you can also perhaps just submit a list of dates and the communities that are specific, particularly with reference to the communities that you mentioned from paragraph 10.6 to paragraph 10.18, which of these communities you have revisited after the 17th of July and when? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nissen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Mayor, good morning, good afternoon already. There are many questions I wanted to ask, but I'm not going to ask it because especially around your social cohesion, and especially a number of issues of corruption, a number of billions that have been gone. There are some municipalities that are sending the money back to Treasury because they don't spend it, the capacity that is there. So there are things that could happen but not just one answer to it. But Mr. Mayor, part of the first images that we've seen, particularly in Durban, eThekwini, was that when there was a particular shop looted, there were Metro Police who also loaded some of the stuff into the vans, into the vehicles. How many members of the Metro Police have been either allegedly taking part of it, allegedly being maybe transporting goods? Have they been arrested? How many? Do you have any number? Do you have any figures around that? And were any disciplinary steps taken against any member of the Metro Police that allegedly were involved in any of these activities? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. There were police who appeared on social media and they followed up that incident, and there was evidence that they were taking those goods to a storage, which that thing was investigated. But there are also cases where whenever we found members stealing goods, we charged them. I'm sure there was one incident in eThekwini where some of the Metro Police were involved, where there was a road carnage, and they were seen taking goods which were on the floor, and they were charged. There were hearings, they were charged, there were results out of that. So we are an institution that believes that when you have done wrong, we must deal with you. Hence, we don't even tolerate corruption. Those who are corrupt, the space is becoming more limited for them to continue to survive.
Only one question from my side, Mayor. You referred to in paragraph 6.1 to the Constitutional Court judgment of 29 June, where former President Zuma was found guilty of contempt and sentenced to 15 months imprisonment. And reference was also made earlier to your oath of office as mayor, in which you swore to inter alia uphold the Constitution and the law. So I just wonder if then in these social media posts you are basically calling for that the person that has been sentenced by the Constitutional Court should be freed, or associating yourself with that particular campaign. Is that consistent with upholding the Constitution in your view?
As a constitution-abiding citizen, I can't call for the defiance of the judgments by courts. I can't do that. I'm not allowed to do that. I need to preserve the same constitution. We have never done that. All what we were calling for, it's what we have achieved. Free President Zuma. He's freed now. He's at home. That's what we're calling for. And we are happy. He can still go through the legal processes, attend the court cases. We are happy, but we're concerned about his age. We're concerned about his state of health. And we're concerned about the role he has played in the country, which may, in other people, may really insult violence if he's seen to be taken to custody and all of that. So I think what we have called for, this campaign, Free Zuma, I think it has achieved what we wanted to achieve. He is free now, he's at home. Although there are bail conditions, no, not bail conditions, there are conditions for his parole. And we respect that. And we are happy that he's been taking all the route of the law. He hasn't challenged the judgments through the streets, mobilizing us to go against the courts. He has been going through the courts, whether he wins or he doesn't win, but he's been respecting the law. I think we need to learn a lesson from him. He's a good leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think that those are all the questions we have for you. Thanks once again for availing yourself and for attending this hearing of the South African Human Rights Commission into the July unrest of 2021. You are excused, and we will adjourn now until, I think it will be more or less 13:30, because there's just something else that we also need to attend to. So we adjourn until 13:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Let me just say that at 13:30, we will have Mr. Kas Kuvadia, the Chief Executive Officer of Business Unity of South Africa. Thank you. Good afternoon. Apologies for starting a bit late. We just had an important engagement that we had to conclude. This afternoon we are joined by Mr. Cass Kuvadia from Business Unity of South Africa, BUSA. Welcome and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. My name is Andre Gaum. I'm chairing this hearing panel into the 2021 July Unrest, and I'm joined by Commissioner Pelile Ntuli on my left-hand side and Commissioner Chris Nissen on my right-hand side. The evidence team, can you introduce yourselves quickly, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Advocate Ofenza Motlasedi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Advocate Yanela Ntloko.
Thank you very much. So, first of all, I'd just like to ask you, are you willing to take the oath?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Do you consider the oath as binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that your evidence will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Is there any opening statement that you wanted to make?
Chair, so firstly, thank you for the invitation, and happy to share with you what we've previously shared with other agencies. We've also shared with the President. I think a lot of what I will share with you are actions that BUSA and its members took at that time and just in the aftermath of the July, I have termed it an insurrection actually. And so that's what I'll be briefing the Commission on. Just our thinking of what happened, our thinking on why it happened, our thinking on some of the actions at that time. I can talk to you about the economic damage that those days caused, and so that's basically what I'll be speaking to you about, if that's okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I suppose the evidence leaders will lead you through the evidence. Please
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Kuvadia.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. We confirm receipt of your submissions and we have worked through them. I will basically take you through a series of questions across three themes. Basically, I'd invite you to talk to us about the structure of BUSA, a little bit about its vision and its policy, and then we will dive into the unrest itself. Just as a place of commencement, please talk to the panel about the membership of BUSA.
Okay, so BUSA is a confederal structure, so we don't have corporates as members. Our members are business associations and business organizations, both sectoral and cross-sectoral. So in that way, we represent probably 95% of business in the country. So all the banks would be represented through the Banking Association of South Africa. The 100 or so top corporates in the country would be represented through Business Leadership South Africa. Small business would be represented through the Small Business Institute, all the mines through the Minerals Council and so on. And our mandate is, we have about 78 members. These are all trade associations. Our mandate is a macroeconomic one, where our key mandate is to influence and advocate and lobby a environment where businesses can do responsible and profitable and sustainable business. And under that mandate, we do a range of stuff related to that, in trying to work with government and other stakeholders in creating an environment for business, in ensuring businesses play a good corporate citizen role. We also the only representative of business at NEDLAC,
Okay.
where we do a lot of work and interact with social partners.
Thank you. You mentioned in your response to my first question that the structure is representative of approximately 95% of business in South Africa. That's correct. We understand from your website that it's inclusive of large structures such as banks, and you've mentioned now small business. But is there a role for members from the informal business sector within BUSA?
Not directly. I mean, some of the chambers, so the agri-business chamber, for instance, which is a member, would have some informal agricultural activity and informal farmers and so on as their members. So BUSA, just as we don't give direct representation to corporates, we wouldn't give direct representation to informal businesses either. You would have seen on our website that we do have a segment of membership called Board of Trustees. And there you would see some corporates, but that's an anomaly that's dying down. Quite a few years ago, when BUSA found itself in some financial difficulties, it approached a number of corporates to assist, and those corporates assisted, but they wanted some sort of a standing in BUSA, and this Board of Trustees was formed. But we then took the decision that as people resign from that, we won't replenish that, so because that was an anomaly. So we don't give direct representation to corporates or to informal traders or informal sector, but through some of our members, they would be represented.
And when you say through some of your members, so outside of the example you've provided of the agricultural context, is there nothing beyond that?
Well, the Small Business Institute would have some informal trading activity. Some of the chambers, like beside Agribusiness Chamber, Agri South Africa, would have some informal trading activity, and they would be interacting with informal traders. But other than that, I don't think there's too much informal trading membership.
Thank you. Shall we then pivot to the issue of BUSA's policy direction and its mandate? Having considered the submission you provided as well as the website, it indicates that one of BUSA's aims is that it is committed to achieving a deracialized and diverse competitive economy. In your own words, are you able to explain to the panel what you consider to be a deracialized economy?
So that's, Commissioners, at different levels. So one is we interact a lot with government on issues related to employment equity and the Employment Equity Act and so on, and try to ensure, or our members try to ensure that in their staff profile and in the profile of clients and others they do work with, that there is a racially representation that moves towards representing the demographics of our country. We also, obviously, in our internal operations, we strive to have an employment representation that's again representative of our country. In all the lobbying and advocacy we do that to create an environment where all businesses have the opportunity to actually grow and develop and prosper. So we wouldn't classify, we wouldn't look at different pieces of legislation for different groupings of business. We are supportive of the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act, and through that, our members use that as a mechanism to ensure that the way they do business, they're doing business in a way that enables entry into the economy by previously disadvantaged individuals, enables entry to small, medium enterprises, ensures that the way they do their business does not actually discriminate against anybody on the basis of race. So that's the sort of work we do. That's our belief and our understanding of non-racial economy. We also have a relationship with can I carry on?
Sorry, let's just try and establish what this is. I think let us maybe just stand down until this problem is sorted out. It's going to be very... Have to stand down. Please continue.
Okay, we also have an MOU with the Black Business Council, where we attempt to find areas of collaboration where we can work together. An example of that is that, as I said earlier, we're the only representative of business at NEDLAC. We, as a result of our MOU with the Black Business Council, we agreed, and this happened a while ago, that half the seats we have at NEDLAC, we will hand over to the Black Business Council, so that both BUSA and Black Business Council represents business at NEDLAC, so that we take into account previously disadvantaged and particularly black businesses represented by the Black Business Council. So that would be sort of our belief in the ethos and how we would do this.
Thank you. So understanding that it is a belief of BUSA and you've taken us through how you apply that in NEDLAC, is that sort of an aspirational goal, or is that a binding policy decision that you take? So are your members compelled to comply with those directives, or is it something that you work towards progressively?
So BUSA, like many other business organizations, is a voluntary body. So our members join us on a voluntary basis. We don't have any powers to force our members to do anything. And given that, so take as an example the Banking Association of South Africa, and I use that example because before I became CEO of BUSA, I was MD of the Banking Association. The Banking Association needs to, and we did, work with its members, the banks, to ensure that its members, for instance, meet the requirements of the Financial Sector Transformation Charter. And we used to ensure that we meet with members regularly, push them to meet their targets, collate those targets, represent the banking industry on the board of the Financial Sector Transformation Council. Every year produce a transformation report which is made public on our website and so on. So the Banking Association would keep track of transformation issues with banks. Similarly, the Minerals Council with mines and so on. BUSA doesn't play that role because we are an overarching body. We have no say on corporates that belong to our members. That's a relationship between our members and the corporates. But on the NEDLAC example, for instance, there, the BUSA board took a decision in conjunction with the BBC, and the decision was taken that we will give up 50% of our seats to the BBC. That's a decision that BUSA had the power to take. We took that decision and we implemented that decision.
And you took that decision internally.
Yeah.
Having understood that, I would then like us to touch base on one of the acknowledgements that BUSA sets out in its website, which is that BUSA acknowledges the importance of, economic transformation and inclusion as an ideal way of reaching the targets contained in the NDP, with a particular focus on social ills like unemployment and poverty and inequality. Please speak to the panel briefly around what you consider the role of BUSA to be in ameliorating these social ills. So we've discussed transformation at length, but this issue is a more widespread one. What is,
Yeah.
yes.
So BUSA has been quite consistent in this for the last few years. At the time when COVID hit in 2020, right? BUSA was the only organization that came out with a comprehensive post-COVID inclusive economic recovery strategy. We did deep dives into about 40 sectors, understood what's happening in those sectors, understood where the trade relations with other countries have changed in those sectors and so on. We then identified 11 sectors that we thought the country needs to concentrate on to I guess, rejuvenate after COVID, as COVID leaves us. And that economic recovery strategy, which we shared with government, we shared with the president, talked to how we can post-COVID reposition our economy to be inclusive. We've been consistent in our discussions with government. And the president in his last SONA, to an extent, talked to this as well. That the most sustainable way to deal with poverty, with unemployment, with inequality, is to grow an economy. Grow an economy in which the majority of our people have a stake. Because if the majority of people don't have a stake in that economy, then that economy is not sustainable. You can't maintain, let alone reach, and maintain high levels of growth if the majority of the population doesn't have a stake in that economy. So we have consistently put to the government that the government needs to create an environment where not just South African businesses, but global investors are prepared to invest in our country, invest in job-creating enterprises, on the back of which we build an inclusive economy. And that's the most sustainable way to take care of poverty, unemployment, inequality. I mean, businesses, corporates and others do a whole lot of stuff through the CSI program and so on education, on poverty alleviation, during COVID, we, with the president, put together the Solidarity Fund that distributed food parcels, that paid for PPE, that did a whole lot of stuff. We put together the Business for South Africa platform that over the last 2.5 years has been supporting government in managing COVID and in rolling out the vaccines. All of that happens and will continue to happen. But to make a real impact on poverty and unemployment, we've got to have investment and growth. That's been our consistent message. And in his SONA, the president said that it is not government's job to create jobs. Primarily, even now, the bulk of the jobs are created in the private sector. If the government creates, as the president acknowledged, that the government must create an environment in which the private sector can grow businesses, form new businesses, and that's how we begin to grow the economy and take care of job creation and poverty. And so that's been our consistent message. We, at a meeting we had with the president on the 28th of January, we actually suggested to the president, we put 6 issues on the table. That's it, 6 issues. And what we suggested is, Mr. President, let us work bilaterally between business and government to put together workable and implementable plans on each of those issues so that we can draw capacity and resources from both government and business. And we actually put the 100-day issue on the table at that meeting. And that in 100 days we report back to you in this bilateral arrangement. The President named 4 ministers that we could work with, and we were going to do that. In the SONA, the President broadened that into a multi-sectoral approach, but in the 100 days, that in 100 days we put together a social compact, and we'll work with other stakeholders to do that. But we will concentrate on working with the 4 ministers that the President said we should work with, put together necessary teams, the capacity and the resources to put into place a plan, implementable plan, on critical issues that lead to investment, growth, taking care of employment, poverty, and so on. And that's what we will concentrate on in the next 100 days.
Mr. Kuvadia, having heard about your engagements with the Office of the Presidency and the 6 issues that you highlighted, as well as the ministries that you will be engaging with, I get the sense that you're saying business has done enough or has done its best, and you need assistance from government. If I'm incorrect, you'll correct me on that. So I want to understand, having discussed, that business invests in skills, training, development, and corporate social investment, is the position of BUSA that business has done enough on these issues and you're handing over the baton to government?
No, what we're saying is that the best role business can play in taking care of the unemployment situation and alleviating poverty is to create new businesses and grow businesses that exist. That's the best role business can play, and the most sustainable role business can play. We talk of, or some people say that there's an investment strike in the country because businesses, corporates have left money in the bank instead of investing. Well, they're investing in other parts of Africa. Why? Because there are governments in Africa that are saying, come and invest. We want your money because we believe investment enables us to create growth and begin to address the problems in our country. All we're saying is that the government here should be doing the same. We're not saying business has done enough. We're saying business wants to do a phenomenally more than we've done, actually, but create the environment for us to do that. And at the end of the day, this is not a palatable thing to say to many people, but I think we're very clear that businesses will invest where the investments are safe and where they can make a profit. That's what business is. Businesses aren't NGOs, they're not social institutions. That's what they are. And if you want that investment, and we're competing for that investment not in Europe and in America, just across our borders. The investment is going to African countries to the north of our borders. Now we need to compete for that investment. And so what we're saying is that business wants to do much, much more. But we cannot have a situation where the president will say something that's investor friendly, and the next day one of his ministers say something totally different. You're not going to get investment in that way. Businesses will say some hotshot sitting in New York in front of a computer presses a button and funds just flow outside of the country. Now, so we're certainly not saying business has done enough, but we are saying that the conditions need to be created, and the levers lie with government. So why did the president appoint Sipho Nkosi to head up a task team in the presidency to deal with red tape? Because the presidency has acknowledged that inappropriate regulation, inappropriate licensing arrangements that take too long, and so on, strangles business, and businesses cannot grow. So he wants to take care of that. That's what we're asking government to do. Do what's in your power to make it easier for businesses to do business, not to do irresponsible business, not to pay slave wages or anything of that sort. We must have appropriate legislation and regulation in place that ensures that businesses act responsibly, but they are able to invest and they are able to make profits and they're able to declare dividends and plow profits back into businesses to enable those businesses to grow. That's how employment happens. And that's what we're saying.
Having heard you, speak in some detail around the importance of having conditions that allow business to flourish, I would like to put this line to you. The Commission has heard extensive evidence from high-level state officials as well as senior community leaders who believe that, who have stated quite categorically, in fact, that the socioeconomic realities of South Africa fueled, if not instigated, the July unrest in and of itself. My question to you is, considering everything you've discussed with us, in communities where businesses were established, businesses existed, those business activities were undermined by unrest. So I think we circle back to my question around the socioeconomic ills that still plague communities where there is in fact established business. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
No, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt. I wouldn't say the socioeconomic conditions fueled the unrest. I think the unrest was fueled by other people. And I think they took advantage of the socioeconomic conditions to encourage people to loot. That's our view. But undoubtedly, the socioeconomic conditions in our country are detrimental to business growth, okay? And that's why we're saying that we need an environment where we can create an economy such that the majority of people in our country have a stake in that economy. Now, how do you have a stake? You can have a stake, one, by getting jobs. Two, by having the opportunity where you have the wherewithal to do that, to create small or medium businesses. Three, you have the opportunity to have a reasonably good education, reasonably good healthcare, reasonably good public transport system. All of those things lead to an improvement in people's conditions of life and lead to beginning to alleviate the situation that people find themselves in. How does all of that happen? One, by way of a capable state that's able to do what it's supposed to do. And two, by businesses growing and employing and skilling and bringing in new forms of doing business and new mechanisms and so on. That's how these things happen. And if we don't do that, we're not going to address the plight of ordinary people. We can stand on mountains and say all great things. But the bottom line is that ordinary people want an opportunity to want to work, to improve their own living conditions, to have the infrastructure in place so that they can travel from home to work without spending probably 14-15% of the monthly wages on transport. Okay, that's what people are looking for. Now that can only happen if government, business, and labor actually work together to say what sort of compromises and trade-offs do we need to make amongst these three constituencies to enable investment, to enable economic growth, and to give people a stake in this economy. And as far as we are concerned, that's the debate we need to be having. And we don't have too many choices. The world doesn't owe us a favor. We are a little dot on the southernmost tip of the globe. Nobody cares what happens here, to put it very bluntly. Nobody is owing us any favors to say, no, this is Madiba's land, so we must invest here. Doesn't work that way. So we've got to work hard, and we've got to create that environment for that investment to come in. Now, these are, I don't know whether I should apologize or not, but I believe in calling a spade a spade. And these are, from our point of view, these are the realities we need to face.
Speaking of realities, you've you've mentioned, the kind of conditions that business requires in order to thrive. Just before I take you to the actual July unrest itself, please speak briefly to the Commission around the kind of reforms, particularly in labor or tax, that Busa is propagating at this moment.
Okay. So let me start with the labor thing, because again, we tend to debate these things ad infinitum. Every discussion we've had with labor colleagues at NEDLAC and with government is not about wanting to pay less wages. It's about making it easier for people for businesses to hire people, and if people don't perform, to fire people. Okay? That's the problem with our labor laws. So, and I've been through them. When I was at the Banking Association, a senior person, one of my executive team, bullied staff, created chaos in the organization. After I went through due process and I asked her to leave. She went to the CCMA. We spent 6 months at the CCMA before the CCMA agreed with me. Now I could tell my HR people to go and sit at the CCMA. I could get lawyers to go and sit at the CCMA. A small and medium business can't do that. Doesn't have the resources to do that. So if a small or medium business, somebody is not performing, tell the person, look, you're not performing, we've tried, I'm letting you go. And the person goes to the CCMA. That small business has to close his business or her business to go and sit as a CCMA. Now, those sorts of hassle, that sort of process that you need to go through, that's creating problems in the labor market, in our view, okay? Then the sort of reforms that we're talking about, very simple. So one is the red tape stuff, right? So we shouldn't have to go through 6, 7 different departments and I don't know how many forms before you can register and license a business. Okay, Rwanda does it online in 24 hours. All right. We have the capacity to do that. Okay, we shouldn't be, we've been saying for quite a few years, release spectrum, have the auction of spectrum so that we can bring down the cost of data. Okay, after about 3 years after we first put it on the table, early last year the government does it, but the procurement systems were such that they landed up in court and I sitting in court, right? We've been saying for the last 3 years, issue the RFPs for the next tranche of renewable energy. It only happened in the middle of last year, okay? Now, all of these things are not things you need policy and legislative changes for. These are decisions that the government has already taken, but they haven't implemented, all right? We in NEDLAC, I mean, in September of 2021, all the social partners agreed to a list of issues, immediately implementable issues for government, and we gave it to government. A lot of those still haven't been implemented. Not business put it together, business, labor, community. So what we're saying is that there's a whole lot of stuff that government can do, and I say government because the levers are in the hands of government. We can't release spectrum. We can't issue the RFPs for the next tranche of renewables. Only government can do that. All right? There's a whole lot of stuff that can be done, that can immediately bring in some investment, that can immediately raise and instill confidence in the country, and that can begin to show ordinary people that all these meetings government, business, and labor has all the time is beginning to actually show some results. So that's the sort of stuff we're talking about.
Those are the kind of reforms that have been raised. Can we at this juncture then jump straight into the issue of the July unrest itself? I have 2 questions and I'll put them to you at the same time because they're interrelated. Please speak to the Commission in 2 respects. Firstly, on the impact of, a social upheaval on business generally. And then secondly, particularize the impact of business, the impact of the July unrest on business.
Sorry. So the impact of social upheaval on business to us is very clear. That if we continue to allow in our country a situation to persist, and sometimes I like speaking in Sandton, you see, because in Sandton I can say that Sandton, people living in Sandton and working in Sandton, pride themselves on saying we are the richest square mile in Africa, I think. And whenever I speak to business people in Sandton, I tell them, yes, that's true, but a mile from here is the poorest township in Africa, all right? And if the way you do business doesn't address the problems in the township, you can't. In 20 years' time, you're not doing business. Simple. It's not rocket science. You're not doing business. So society is prospering, society is being at peace, society is having a stake in the economy so that there isn't social unrest, societies that actually are able to access affordable services from government, which is their right. If we have societies like those, that's an investment for business to continue doing business in the long term. Okay, so social upheaval, one, closes businesses, makes it more expensive to do business, reduces confidence in the country so you don't get investment. There's moral issues that business need to face, there's political issues that business need to face. It can't be good for business. And so that's the impact on business. And that's what, sustainable business is all about nowadays. And if you look at things like the UN's social development goals and so on, to which any major corporate worth its salt is signing on to, investors are going to look at those sorts of issues in business. Are you doing your business in a way that promotes the UN social development goals? So if you're working in Alex, or if you have a business in Alex, are you doing your business in a way, profitably, but in a way that begins to address some of the social problems in Alex? And those are the sorts of questions that will be asked of business, and that are being asked of business. So I think that's quite our view. On the July unrest itself, so firstly, we considered the unrest, and you would have seen the documentation when we presented to the President's expert panel as well. We don't believe we don't believe that the maneuverings behind the unrest started only in July. We believe they started months before, when we had the problems of trucks burning and so on the N3. Okay? And we believe that what this was, July, was a full frontal attack on the entire supply value chain of the country. So what happened? A few months before the attack on trucks, you're destroying the arterial that enables the flow of goods from KwaZulu-Natal to Gauteng and back. You're destroying that. You then have July. What happened in July? Warehouses are destroyed in Durban. Not just goods stolen, but warehouses destroyed, where millions of rands worth of goods are kept, goods to be distributed across the country from KwaZulu-Natal. Okay? So one of the CEOs of one of our major businesses, she told me how these guys operate. So they came into the warehouse, about 30 of them. No, about 150 of them. The business had 30 people trying to protect the warehouse. They came into the warehouse. The first thing they did is they knocked off the CCTV cameras, all right? Second thing they did, and she tells me that the business, because it's a major business, distributes all over the country and the continent, had a 5-stage fire alarm system. Very, very sophisticated, so that if the first stage fails, the second stage takes over and so on. These guys knew exactly how to dismantle that. Okay, so they dismantled the fire system. Then they had surrounded that area with trucks and so on, except one part open, and they encouraged people to go and loot. So the police and so on couldn't come in. And she tells me the only thing that stopped that warehouse from being burnt was that they had about 1.3 million cans of pilchards there. And people just kept on coming for those pilchards. And these guys couldn't burn this thing while people were coming. So this was, and then, so it's the warehouses, right? Then there was the attack, cyber attack on Transnet. Okay, attacking the heart of our port system. And then there was the attack on the retail outlets. So look at that. From the trucks, the N2 arterial, N3 arterial, to the warehouses where it's all stored and from which it's distributed, to Transnet, to the retail outlets. Our entire supply chain. So nobody can tell me this was something that was sparked by people being in dire straits. Okay, so that was our understanding of this. We are quite clear that the whole intention was not just the looting and so on. The whole intention was to destroy major infrastructure. That's why the burning. And we believe that that's how the government should have looked at it.
So we understand your viewpoint of it to have been that the July unrest, as you say, was an intentional and planned attack on the supply chain management process nationally. I think I want to test a little bit closer and ask whether that is a deduction that BUSA made based sort of on feedback from its members, or if you actually obtained some kind of, specialist analysis and determination, or was that a conclusion based on facts that you drew up from your membership base?
Well, a little of both. So certainly on information and intelligence we got from our members. So this CEO of this major corporate who spoke to me, this is what they experienced, this is what they saw, right? You'll see in the documents the number of retail stores burnt and all of that. That was from our members. But we also, during that time, in the 3 or 4 days during that time, we also got somebody to actually do some work on tracking social media traffic during that time. And from that social media traffic, the intentions were quite clear. Okay, social media traffic between people who were working on this. So the intentions were quite clear. So that's what informed our view on this. And if one just looks at the pattern, we think that we were pretty close to it.
Mr. Kovadia, are you at liberty to speak more to the Commission around, that kind of work, the tracking of social media patterns, when it occurred and how it functions, and the kind of information that was channeled back to your organization?
Look, I don't have the detail of the information. I mean, I can make that available to the Commission if you want it. But it's very simple. We got an auditing firm to work with relevant capacity to track social media for about 4 or 5 days during that time. And they gave us ongoing reports on what the social media traffic was saying. And it was quite clear from there on some of the thinking behind those that were responsible. We made that available to the police. We had from day one, actually, we had set up quite an effective network between us and Joint Operations Center of the police and the military, just to track what was happening on the N3 and so on, and that structure was quite efficient in military escorting trucks with goods in and so on and so on. So we made all of that available to the authorities at that time. What they did with it, I don't know.
So I think I'd like us to discuss the kind of responses to the unrest. So you've spoken now to some length around social media tracking, but when it became clear to your organization that the unrest was continuing and unfolding and increasing in its breadth, what other measures did you take in addition to the one you've discussed to counter and stabilize your members' businesses?
Well, obviously, different businesses took different measures. I mean, we didn't have direct oversight on that.
My question is as BUSA. Yeah.
As BUSA, we just ensured that we maintain the interaction and the engagement with the Joint Operations Center of the police and military, exchange information with them so that we could inform them of whatever intelligence we were getting so that they could actually do the job of protecting property and so on. We continue to interact with our members to get information from our members on, and if our members picked up any intelligence that a particular area might be in trouble or so, we pass that on to the necessary intelligence agencies. So as BUSA, that's the best we could do. I mean, as I said, corporates aren't our members, businesses aren't our members. So the Minerals Council, for instance, did a phenomenal amount of work with their members, the mines, to ensure that there were protective services and so on. Similarly, the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa with all the consumer goods retailers and so on. So different members of BUSA did different things with their members to ensure protection, to ensure intelligence and so on. We tried to coordinate as much of the intelligence effort as we could, interacted with the Joint Operations Center, and kept our members informed of any assistance that the Joint Operations Center could give them in transporting goods and so on.
Okay, so this information that is coming in, you're sharing it with the SANDF, you're sharing it with members of the police service. Are you sharing it with anyone else? Well, outside of your members, obviously.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
You also mentioned that in addition to the kind of intelligence that you were doing and how you interacted with intelligence agencies as BUSA, your members also had their own their own efforts at intelligence. Are you able to speak to the Commission briefly about that and whether attempts were made to share that information with the state as well?
Well, Commissioner, we didn't take such detailed information from our members. We can get it if you want it, but essentially what depended on what the members were. So something like the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa interacted very closely with the military and the police to ensure that so if Pick n Pay wanted to take goods from here to Durban or from Durban to here, that they had some sort of escort, they were protected and so on. Obviously, they together with SAPOA, the Property Owners Association, they worked quite closely together to ensure that shopping malls were protected, additional security within ATMs were protected and so on. So that's the sort of work that they did. We didn't ask them for significant detail on that because it wasn't really necessary for the role that BUSA was playing. But again, I'm sure we can get that information if you need to.
Can I ask you just a high-level question around the role of private security? So I think we're all familiar with the role of private security, particularly in businesses in normal times. But in moments of insurrection and social instability, what is the relationship in general terms between business and private security? Or how is it different from normal time?
Well, as far as I know, doesn't differ from normal time. They might jack up their private security under the condition we saw in July. Again, I don't have details of that information because BUSA just doesn't require that sort of data and information. But I would think that with the exception of jacking up and increasing the extent of private security depending on where business is and what the threat is and so on, I wouldn't see any other change in relationship, not that I know of.
Okay. And you touched briefly on the issue of malls and shopping centers and how they were affected by the unrest. Just based on your recollection, are there retail outlets or centers that are still in repair or simply haven't opened following the unrest?
I don't think there are any under substantial repair now. I think those that were able to come back or able to start, I think would have now done whatever construction repairs they need to do and started. We do know that probably about 20 to 25% of businesses just didn't start again. So there's been an impact on the economy from that point of view. And I mean, we certainly haven't had, none of our members have sort of reported to us on any other issues that businesses that have started may be having. So I'd say majority of them have finished whatever they needed to do to undo the damage of that and have started operating. There are a significant amount that just haven't come back.
My second last question, Mr. Kavadia. There was, if you might recall, a heightened increase in the price of basic foodstuffs. Sure, no problem. There was an increase in the price of, basic foodstuffs and necessities in the period immediately following the July unrest. And there was a lot of criticism directed towards certain businesses, and the view was that they were prioritizing profit over people. I wonder if you'd be able to give us some thoughts on whether that is a fair assessment or whether it was based on the realities at the time.
Well, I think there's absolutely no doubt that some businesses did exploit the situation. We came out publicly against that. Certainly in our communication to members, we condemned that sort of action. And where there was any action by authorities to actually clamp down on that, we encouraged such action. So it's not something that we encouraged. I don't think business generally did that, but I think some did try to exploit the situation. We condemned it strongly now, and we condemned then, and we condemn it strongly now. We don't believe that out of situations of crisis like that, where ordinary people are obviously at the butt end of that businesses or anybody else should be exploiting that for profit.
And my last question to you is a question that we've put often to people who come and speak before the commission, and it's basically whether or not, based on their assessment of factors, the July unrest might happen again.
Yeah. So I don't think the factors that led to the unrest, and I'm not talking about socioeconomic conditions of people, I'm talking about those who maneuvered this unrest. I don't think those factors are gone.
Sorry, that was a bit unclear.
I don't think those factors are gone.
Gone.
Okay. I think a lot of it had to do with problems in the majority party. We said that to the expert panel as well. I think a lot of it is to do with positioning, political positioning. A lot of it is to do with people who are trying to avoid going to jail, actually, for what the Zondo Commission has reported. So I think there's a whole range of reasons why this happened, and I think those objective factors are still with us. Whether it will happen again or not, I think depends on whether we've learned the lessons from this. I mean, we were very clear to the expert panel and in a meeting with about 80 odd CEOs and the president in the midst of all of this, that there's no doubt, and it's a matter of public record now, that our intelligence and security services were found extremely wanting. And I think that the government and the president in particular, I think, needs to tell the public whether we've actually dealt with those shortcomings. And if we've dealt with those shortcomings or are dealing with those shortcomings, then I think we'd be able to probably avoid something like this happening, because we'll be able to pick things up and see the red flag sooner. If we don't deal with those shortcomings, then who knows? Could happen again. But I'm quite clear that the objective factors that led to it are still there.
Thank you. Chairperson, that's the close of my questions. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Yes, thank you very much. At this point, I think we should take a comfort break for 15 minutes and start again at 5 past with your colleague that can then continue, if that's in order. Thank you. We stand down until 5 past 3. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We can continue over to the evidence leaders. If the evidence leaders can just remind me that we give our ruling on the inspection in loco before we stop our proceedings today.
We will remind you at the end of this witness. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Kavadia, my questions are really a follow-up on what you've testified on and on the notes. I'm not sure if you have your notes for the Wednesday 20th October 2021 that you had provided to us.
One note.
Yes. Yes, they
Yep.
look exactly like that on my side as well. But I won't start there. I think I'll start where you ended your testimony, where you indicated that there were lessons that could be learned from the July unrest. What are these lessons, according to yourself and Busa?
Well, the one is that we need to a certain extent, business has always taken the view that we don't want to get involved in politics. But as I said earlier, I think that I think it's a political problem that caused the unrest in July. And so we need to be cognizant of what's happening in politics for business, and so we need to be on top of what's happening in politics, and that's one lesson, certainly for us, and how we influence that in relation to government and so on. I think the second critical lesson is that, the July incidents manifested very clearly how our intelligence and security infrastructure has been hollowed out. It showed serious lapses, and the lesson that we've got to learn is that we need very, very good security and intelligence infrastructure. And those need to be rebuilt. And as I said earlier, government needs to assure us that those are being rebuilt, and we're getting there. I think the third is that we need to guard against exploiting the very real situations the majority of people in this country find themselves in. Poverty, unemployment, hunger are real issues, and I think the lesson is that let's not allow people to exploit those for their own purposes, and let's try to address those sorts of issues as we are trying to do as a country, but let's put more effort into those. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So you just indicated that there is a political aspect to what occurred in July 2021, but equally you've, throughout your testimony, indicated that you've termed what we call the unrest an insurrection. What considerations went into the terming, at the very least, of saying this is an insurrection, not an unrest, from Busa?
Well, it's what I described earlier on what we've picked up from our members on the way those behind the incidents conducted themselves. I mean, the fact that it started was the N3 problem quite a few months before the July unrest. The fact that warehouses were targeted and burnt, the fact that there was a scorched earth policy, if you like, where it was quite clear that, an unrest, if it was unrest where people were looting because they were hungry or so, they wouldn't have burnt the places down. This was a clear agenda to destroy infrastructure. The attack on Transnet's systems, the cyber attack on Transnet systems, then the attack and burning of malls and so on. All of that showed a clear plan to destabilize this country. And that's an insurrection. So that's what I certainly base my view on. The president, when he initially responded to this, also called it an insurrection. And I think that you know, and the people behind this took advantage of the plight of people and encouraged them to loot. And people looted, and I'm not going to stand in judgment of people who are poor and who are hungry and how they react. But the people who are behind this, I think we need to condemn.
Thank you. Then I think to move swiftly, can we move to your note of 20th October? There's a few things that I just want to take you through. So in bullet point 4 of your speaking notes, you say that these events was not sporadic, but were well planned. And you itemize a few things there. Can you take us through those? And if those were the only things that Busa considered to be part of the well planning, or if there are other matter that is not on this particular page that I am reading?
Look, the issues we've detailed here are informed by the information we got from our members. So I'm sure there might be others that we're not aware of, but these are the ones we are aware of that were informed by our members. So I've talked about the attacks on the N3. I've talked about the country's attack on the country's supply chain, retail centers, which is the last mile of the supply chain distribution, warehouses on the primary bulk infrastructure I've talked about, Transnet I've talked about. This one here, attacks on trucks, included microchips that track electronic systems in trucks being destroyed. So it made it very difficult to repair those trucks. So again, we got reports of these incidents where it wasn't just destroying trucks, it wasn't just attacking trucks, it was immobilizing them virtually permanently so that they couldn't be used. We believe that I've talked about how they knocked off the CCTVs and then firefighting equipment. That modus operandi demonstrated planning. Roads to warehouses blocked off, organized crime syndicates lining up trucks to load goods. That was witnessed in some areas where it wasn't just people coming to loot. This was planned, trucks there waiting to actually to load goods and take them away. So that just sort of details a bit what I've been saying early on, and we got all this information from our members.
And just as a follow-up on that, when did you get this information from your members? Was it during the unrest, before the unrest, or after the unrest, or is there different times for different information?
No, this was during the unrest and after. I mean, but during the unrest, as I said, the best role Busa could play was keep in touch with what our members were keeping in touch with, was their members. We were getting sort of input from that, and we were feeding some of this into the Joint Operations Center that we were talking to the police and military on. So a lot of this was during the unrest, and then after the unrest, obviously, information continued coming in, but a lot of this we picked up during the unrest.
Okay, with the so-called modus operandi, therefore, which are in relation to the CCTV cameras, when did your members then notify you of that? Because if we use a timeline, if there are no cameras, this means the cameras should have been removed or, at the very least, disengaged before. If there's no footage, when did your members inform you about what happened to their cameras? And then the second portion is in relation to the firefighting equipment. When did you know about that as well?
So, I mean, I talked about a major corporate that distributes goods all over the country, in fact, all over the continent. Their people were there at their warehouse, okay, with about 30 security personnel. About 150 people came in, and they actually saw what they did. They saw that the first thing they did was knocked off the CCTV cameras. They saw the next thing they did was knock off the fire system. They saw that the area was surrounded by trucks. So they essentially saw all of this as they were being attacked. And subsequent to that, they reported this to us. So when we went to go and speak to the expert panel, when we were invited, and we were putting together what we should tell them, I contacted one of my members and I said, we're meeting the expert panel, talk to me, what happened? And we got that information. But some of this, I mean, I got a call one night while a warehouse was being attacked. I got a call that this is happening. So this was during the incidents, what people in those warehouses were witnessing, what CEOs of corporates were being phoned to say this is what's happening, and they would call me. And then subsequent to the events, information that we collect.
And I know you dealt with this, I just need to understand, did you provide all of that information or some of that information to the South African Police Services?
Whatever information we got, we provided to the Joint Operations Center where we were sitting with the military and the police.
And when did you start providing information to them?
As soon as we got them. I mean, there wasn't, I can't draw a line in the sand and say, this is when we got information and beyond this we didn't get information. This was a dynamic situation. Things were unfolding virtually every few minutes. Things were happening. And as we got information, and we were able to collate that information, we made that available to those of our representatives who were interacting with the Joint Operations Center.
Sorry. And is this during the unrest?
Yeah, during the unrest.
And of course, we would like your opinion then. Do you believe that that information that was filtered through was utilized to the best effort for those that actually had it? Or were there shortcomings?
Quite honestly, I don't think I can answer that. I mean, while we were interacting with the Joint Operations Center, we obviously had no knowledge or information on what they were doing with the information we were giving them. That's their work. I'm sure they wouldn't share with us their operational issues. So quite honestly, I can't answer whether they used it effectively or not. But all I can tell you is that we gave them the information.
And on the issue of information still, and I appreciate your candor on that, was there any information in relation to events that had not occurred or events that were not occurring at that point, so future events that you actually filtered through, where you suspected that X will happen at Y place and you filtered through such information to them?
Yeah, so as we began to pick up trends, we talked about those trends. I mean, so I'm just trying to think of a couple of examples. I mean, I think at some point in time, one of my members called me and said, look, yes, it appears that they actually going for particular stores in malls. And that's probably going to be the trend going forward in the next few days. We got that sort of information, we'd make that available. And again, I don't know how that was used. So, you know, and the modus operandi that I've described in this document, I mean, as the first time this happened, the first time I got a report to say that this is how they're operating, this is what they're doing to the CCTV, this is what they're doing to the firefighting equipment, that was given to the authorities. And one would assume that the authorities would sit down and say, well, if this is happening here, is that going to be the trend going forward, or so what do we do about it? But as I said, I don't know what sort of discussion they had.
Okay. And following, because you have indicated that you wouldn't know what they did with your information and all sorts of other things, but has there been any interaction then with yourselves and the police following the information that you provided and following the July unrests?
Yeah, not interaction about the July unrest. I mean, we're not privy to, and nobody's spoken to us about, for instance, even subsequent to that, whether they use the information or not, so not about that. In the last 2 weeks, we were contacted again by one of the people on the Joint Operations Center we were in regular contact with. And they asked me for details of some of our members because they had picked up intelligence that there might be trouble on the N3 again this past weekend. And that some trucks and sub-truck associations might start doing what they did at that time. And we just we provided them with contact details of the relevant members that they wanted details on. And I believe that there was some minimal activity by some truck drivers and so on over the weekend. But other than that, we've had no contact with them.
So just to summarize it for myself, and you'll let me know if I'm correct, what you're then saying is that you provided information to the intelligence agencies, which in this event we're using the South African Police Services. You gave that information to them. You don't know if they utilized it, and they have never come back to Busa, even for investigative purposes, following the July unrest.
Yeah, and look, to be quite candid about it, they wouldn't come back to Busa, because if they want to, whatever investigation they want to carry out would be, for instance, what happened in shopping mall X or what happened in warehouse Y, and they talk directly to the owners of the warehouse. They wouldn't talk to Busa about that. Busa would be of no value to them on that. So if a warehouse was burnt in eThekwini and they wanted to investigate that, they'd speak to the corporate that owned that warehouse, not to Busa. And I assume that they did that.
Okay, but you're not certain if they did or not, and that's not information you'd be privy to?
No.
Okay. No, thank you. Then I think let's go back to the document of the 20th of October. In the document, you speak of states' shortcomings and indecisiveness. And in your testimony earlier, you also spoke of the shortcomings of intelligence. Can you elaborate on this? What are those states' shortcomings, and what informed your speaking notes in relation to indecisiveness?
Yeah, so, I mean, the shortcomings in intelligence and the security system was self-evident to anybody looking at those scenes at that time. It was quite clear that there weren't enough boots on the ground. it was quite clear that they weren't able to actually prevent people from going to shopping centers and other than looting. It was quite clear that they didn't have intelligence about this before it happened. Otherwise, they would have tried to stop it. So the weaknesses and the shortfalls were self-evident to anybody. We didn't do any research into this. It was just quite patently clear that that both intelligence and security services had not been anywhere near effective. If they were effective, if intelligence services were effective, they would have picked this up. Now we read in the public, I mean, I think the ex-Minister of Intelligence, I think was before you. I saw on TV, she's saying that she gave information to the Minister of Police. Now if that happened, then why didn't they act on it? Okay, so it just shows that dysfunctionality in government, with all due respect. So to us, that was self-evident. And remember, we spoke to the expert panel, as you say, on the 20th of October, which was, what, July, August, 3 months after the events. And we felt that in those 3 months, we didn't see any decisiveness from government. The public was told that there are, 12 suspects or so. We don't know of any arrest. We don't know of anybody being charged yet, up to now, for that matter. And this was a crisis. This was a major crisis in the country. And we didn't see decisiveness relative to that crisis, even 3 months after the crisis. And that's what we told the expert panel.
No, thank you. I think I might have a moral or a legal duty to just clarify an issue. What the former Minister of SSA indicated was that they would not have provided intelligence to the minister, because that's not their duty to provide it to ministers. The intelligence provides it to the different departments. So there was the filtering. So I think that was the...
Thanks.
And then just moving from that, a broader question before we return to this. Do private security companies fall under the banner of BUSA in any manner or form?
Sorry, which companies?
Private security companies.
No. There is an association that represents private security companies. They're not a member of BUSA. They haven't applied for membership. So.
And they're not associated at all in any?
No.
Okay. And then I have just a few last questions. In your earlier testimony, and in your presentation, you speak of a de-racialized economy. Is there any commitment on the part of BUSA, apart from racial or a de-racialized economy, commitment to gender equity?
Yeah, we do a lot of work on gender-related issues with government and others. We also, one of the business organizations that's related to BUSA, which I chair, National Business Initiative, has a gender desk that they do a lot of work with corporates to ensure that there's gender equity and gender issues are dealt with. Again, when we're talking about an inclusive economy, it's not just a racially inclusive economy. It's an economy that actually creates the opportunities for different genders, for different skills, for different races. Essentially, what we say and what we put in that economic recovery strategy document that's available on our website if you want to look at it, is that we've got to use every available resource and capacity in this country, irrespective of our weight sets, to to build the economy of this country.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And then having said that, so you're looking at a de-racialized, gender inclusive, and all the other isms that you might want to eradicate, how do you then monitor that your members keep to that commitment? And what are the, I understand that it's a voluntary association, but be that as it may, what are the mechanisms put in place to, at the very least, not just encourage members, but to also ensure that there are consequences for members who don't then, well, basically deal with that commitment and put it forward?
Yeah, so as I said earlier, I mean, BUSA is a confederal structure. So the Banking Association, for instance, as I said, has an annual transformation report that details how the banking industry has done on transformation during the year of that report. They report into the Financial Sector Transformation Council, and I know while I was at BASA, I don't know what happens now, but while I was at the Banking Association, we had a transformation team made up of transformation people from the different, certainly the major banks and some of the smaller banks, that tracked this on an ongoing basis. I don't think there's any business organization that has the wherewithal or authority to tell a corporate, well, you haven't met a transformation goal you set for yourself, and therefore we are acting against you. They just don't have that authority. What does happen, and in my view, what's the sort of critical factor, is that increasingly, well, firstly, government, if they track this effectively and they apply this effectively, shouldn't be doing business with businesses that do not actually meet their transformation goals. And secondly, I think that increasingly businesses in their relationship with other businesses are looking for performance according to whether it's a charter scorecard or scorecard that master plans. Many of the sectors are now having master plans that they work out with DTIC that include these. And so I think the biggest factor in my view is that government and businesses insisting from their peers, businesses from their peers and government from businesses they do work with, looking at how they're doing on transformation. And that will drive the transformation rather than a business organ. If BUSA had corporate membership and they told a corporate that may not be performing, that you can be a member of BUSA, no downside to the corporate. So you say, fine, save us a membership fee. But it's those relationships between businesses and between government and businesses that's going to drive this.
No, thank you. And then this is probably my second last question. What has then been the impact of the July unrest on BUSA members and the economy as far as BUSA is concerned?
Well, I think we tried to demonstrate in our documentation what the impact on the economy is. So, I mean, just by way of example, just by way of example, the South African Property Owners Association put together an infographic, and I'll leave this with you if you like. Burnt or significant fire damage, 100 malls. Stock lost in Durban, 1.5 billion rand. 1,223 ATMs destroyed. 269 bank branches destroyed. 3,931 stores affected by the unrest. 1,787 retail stores impacted or damaged. Over 300 million rand worth of damage to educational facilities. So the economic impact was severe. I mean, the estimation that we lost between 20 and 25 billion rand over that period, let alone the destruction of confidence from the part of investors, let alone those businesses that have not restarted. So the economic damage was significant. And I mean, the impact on BUSA members, as I said, that my members would track the impact on their members, because so the Minerals Council will track the impact on the mines and so on. Again, we can get you that detail, but it's not detail that the BUSA has requested from them.
I think we will take you up on the provision of the document that you are reading on, and in secondly, the provision of the different members providing you with that information. And then as my last question on something you just touched on is the issue of investment. Has there been any decline in investment in this country following the July unrest? And as a sub-question to that, is what can be done, or what ought to be done to ensure that that impact is minimized for future references, considering you had indicated that there are still, the causes of the unrest are still amongst us. What can be done lucratively between private business, which almost, makes money from the economy, and government, which needs to take care of its people?
Yeah, so just, and I'll leave you this document, just the estimation at that time, actually, I mean, 20 to 25 billion rand of damage and so on, but about 50 billion rand on impact on the national GDP. So the impact was severe, and you know, we had said that economy would start picking up post-COVID. We had expected sometime this year, as a result of the July unrest, that's been put back about 1.5 years. So we only get back to pre-COVID economies in about 1.5 years time because of July. And pre-COVID, we were in recession, so we weren't in a great shape then anyway. Did investment suffer? Absolutely. It just, you know, nobody is prepared to put in long-term investment in infrastructure and so on in the face of that sort of destruction. What do we do about it? I sort of referred to this earlier. On the July issues themselves, I think, and I sort of did say this, is that government needs to publicly give the assurance and show in action that we are plugging the weaknesses that we found at the time of those unrest. So dealing with our intelligence services, dealing with our security services, showing that that government is doing what it needs to do to create the environment for investment and growth, because that's going to begin to address the social conditions of people that the perpetrators of this took advantage of. So, you know, this goes to, I think July sort of gives more urgency to what needs to be done, but doesn't change what needs to be done. And that's what we've been talking to government for the last 3 or 4 years, that you've got to be able to assure investors that the money is safe. You've got to be able to assure investors that they can come here. There are certain rules and laws in place, and they follow those rules and laws, and that in a year's time you won't change those rules and laws. So there's got to be certainty, policy certainty, regulatory certainty. Government has got to be speaking with one voice. You can't have one cabinet minister saying something. I mean, we've had this problem on the way here. I was listening to radio on Ukraine. a cabinet minister condemns the stuff and then another cabinet minister says, no, no, no. We can't have that. It just shows that government is not aligned. And if you don't have an aligned government, then you don't have consistency in policy, you don't have consistency in legislation. And those things are anathema to investors. Investors want certainty, and medium to long-term certainty. And that's what we need to create. And government and business and labor can work together on that. That's the social compact that the president is talking about. But it can only be done with government taking some hard decisions and showing leadership. You can't have a social compact. We can't bring 100 people in the room and ask them, okay, so what sort of an economy do we want? Government needs to consult with business, with labor, with community, and then take some decisions to say, okay, we've consulted with you guys. In the national interest, this is what we've got to do. We might not like some of the decisions they take, but that's fine. At least it creates certainty. So that's what we need to actually ensure that economic growth happens, investment comes in, and that we narrow the opportunities for people who were behind the July stuff to utilize the social conditions of people to actually make it worse.
No, thank you so much. I think you elaborated more on what the government ought to do. My question was two-pronged. And what should we expect? What should the people of South Africa also expect with relation to, we know the factors that led to the unrest, and part of it, ministers clearly indicated that it's the social ills and people living in poverty. What can also then be expected of businesses to assist in that, considering they do make their money in this economy?
Yeah, well, the short answer to that is enable business to make more money in this economy, because that's what grows the economy. And I referred to this earlier. The best thing businesses can do, I mean, businesses, they do a lot of CSI. There's money going out for education, there's money going out for skills development, there's money going out to assist households headed up by children because their parents have died of AIDS. There's money going out on a whole range of stuff, which makes a difference. But the only sustainable way of ensuring that the social conditions, the socio-economic conditions of our people change is to enable the private sector to establish and to grow businesses, to be profitable, and to employ people through that process. And to ensure that we have this, the sort of structure in the economy that enables entry into the economy so that small and medium businesses can also enter and grow and thrive. And that's how we deal with the socio-economic problems that we have in this country. In our view, we don't have too many choices other than that.
Thank you so much. Commissioner, I think that's the end of our questions, and thank you very much. And just to remind you, because we had undertaken to remind you to deal with the inspection in loco for tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Nissen? No, I give you.
Thanks. Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Kavadi, I don't have many questions because your presentation, which you gave to the expert of panel, is quite informative. Just two issues. The first one is, you mentioned in here the role of communities, and that business should be working with the communities. And I thought the structure such as Business Against Crime is probably an ideal vehicle to assist communities, because you do have the neighborhood watches, etc. And so I just wondered, how can one fit that into and it's particularly communities around the different centers, the businesses. Particularly retail stores are quite popular within the townships as well. And then the second issue is around the social compact. And if this social compact is just going to be between government and business, what will be the role of civil society in that social compact? Because I do believe that civil society can play a massive role in that social compact. So your views on it?
Thanks. Look, as far as helping communities and ensuring local sort of community policing forums and so on, and Business Against Crime has been incorporated now into Business Leadership South Africa. But Business Against Crime, I think, works quite a lot with the police, with the Justice Department, to try and get systems sorted and processes sorted and so on. I don't think that involved at the community level. I think at the community level, I know for a fact that during July, for instance, a lot of the businesses in those communities were working with community policing forums and so on. And I think that we need to encourage civil society organizations at that level, at the level of communities, to work with local businesses, local supermarkets, local shopping malls and so on, to actually strengthen those community policing forums and security arrangements in those communities. And I think that a number of BUSA members would be doing that. On the social compact, the announcement the President made during the SONA on pulling together business, community, labor, and government to build a social compact in 100 days is going to be coordinated by NEDLAC. And in NEDLAC, business, labor, community groups, and government sit together in doing this. We've been sitting together at NEDLAC for the past 4 years on economic recovery stuff. In the last two and a half years on COVID and the vaccine and so on, we built, I think at NEDLAC, a substantial amount of trust between constituencies, because we had a crisis in the pandemic and in the vaccinations. We had to get the vaccines out. And we came together in that crisis. I mean, NEDLAC had a NEDLAC COVID Rapid Response Task Team that in the early days was meeting every Tuesday and now meets every fortnight. And through that, we did a whole lot of stuff, looking at public transport, looking at communication, looking at how we manage the taxis, in the vaccinations, how we support government in getting the vaccines out and so on. And we've worked very well together. So there's a base there for the 4 constituencies to work together. And I think on the social compact, that's what will happen. And we're all in favor of the NEDLAC constituencies working on this together, but not to the exclusion of bilaterals between government and the different sectors. So we would certainly pursue bilaterals between ourselves and government, as much labor and as much community. But we hope that all of that would feed into a joint effort.
Commissioner Turi.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you inform the panel of the, perhaps maybe before this question, a related question that must precede it is whether the business associations that form part of your organization have programs that address the racialized distribution of the South African economy?
Racialized distribution of the South African economy.
Yes.
Yeah, and this is what, I mean, and I'd encourage you, Commissioner, to go on to the Business for South Africa website, where you will see I mean, the economic recovery strategy, post-COVID economic recovery strategy that we put to the president and his team must have been in about July 2020, talks to a deracialized economy, talks to an inclusive economy. And not because suddenly, business has become political or business has become that there's a moral responsibility for that. They are both. There's both a political and moral responsibility for this. But what drives business, and I don't think we need to be apologetic about it, what drives business is how businesses can grow. Okay? And business is quite clear now that the economy cannot grow, businesses cannot grow, if the majority of our people don't have some sort of stake in that economy. I think one of the advocates asked the question earlier, what impact does social unrest have on business and the economy? Well, the impact it has is that over the medium to long term, businesses can't do business. Okay, so it's in the direct interest of business to ensure that the majority of our people have a stake in the economy that we build. Okay, because, how do I can't stand in judgment of what somebody in Alex who doesn't know how to put a plate of food on the table for his child or her child tomorrow is going to react. And so long as those conditions persist, the conditions are uncertain for business. Okay, so it's in direct interest of business to build an inclusive economy. And in our country, what do we mean by an inclusive economy? It means that the majority of our people who are black need to have a stake in that economy.
Thank you, sir. Are you able to give us examples, practical examples of some of the programs that are led by your organization in addressing the racialized distribution of the economy outside of the documented proposals that you forwarded to the president?
Yeah, so again, not my organization, not BUSA per se, because BUSA's role, as I said earlier, is a macroeconomic influence. So I spend all my time talking to government about those broader issues, economic strategy and so on. But virtually all of my members, certainly all the major members, would be able to show what they're doing to actually do that. So I know, because I was at the Banking Association, I know for a fact what individual banks are doing to actually broaden the product range for markets that they did not have. So there's an organization called Finmark Trust that tracks financial inclusion in our country. 20 years ago, 38% of bankable people had a bank account. Today, it's about 82%, okay, of bankable people have some sort of a bank account. Right? Now, this is independent research. And similarly, if you look at other BUSA members, that sort of inclusion and deracialization is happening. Is it happening fast enough? Of course not. Is there a hell of a lot more work to do? Of course. But, I just sometimes get a bit frustrated when people tell me, oh no, we're not transforming. You can't, if you compare the economy 20 years ago to the economy now from a point of view of transformation and deracialization, it's not the same economy. We still have the bottom line is that even though it's not the same economy, even though more people are included, even though we made progress with deracialization, we still have the poverty, we still have the inequality, we still have all of these problems. So we've got a hell of a lot more work to do. But and again, Commissioner, I can put your infrastructure in touch with CEO of the Minerals Council, Business Leadership South Africa, Banking Association, they can all give you information, detail on information on what's happening in those areas related to inclusion and transformation.
Thank you, sir. Now, my final question, you have begun to answer in some way, but I do want to ask it in a direct way. What is your view of the pace at which the de-racialization has taken place from 1994 to date? And when I say de-racialization, for purposes of the record, I mean de-racialization of the economy and the distribution of the economy.
Yeah. Look, just because of the situation we're still in, I mean, if we had, 10% unemployment and 10% people in poverty, then I'd say we've done great. Okay. The fact that we have, I don't know, if you take, the broad definition of unemployment, we're sitting at 37, 38%. Youth unemployment of close to 70%. Still significant levels of poverty in our country. Then obviously it hasn't gone at the pace it should have gone. So that's why I say we've still got a phenomenal amount of work to do. But I'm convinced that it's not as a result of a lack of will and a lack of us working together to try and make this work. I think that sometimes we still talk past each other because too much of the ideology comes into these debates. So there are still parts of our society who say, no, profit is a bad word, you shouldn't use the word. But the bottom line is we are a free market capitalist economy, whether you like it or not. And profit is an essential element of that economy. Now, how do we make profit work for a broader range of people? I think those are the sorts of debates we should be having, not whether we should be creating an environment for the private sector to be more profitable. That's the thing that drives the private sector in an open economy. If we were a socialist economy or communist economy, different debate. Okay? So I just think that we need to, sometimes, and this is a topic of mine, so sometimes I ramble on, so my apologies. But sometimes I think we think we can do more than we can as a country. I mean, we are a minuscule economy compared to the global economy. There aren't too many things we can influence globally. And the bottom line is that even though we are a small economy, to our credit, we are a globally connected economy. So many of our firms here operate in many different parts of the world, and they do that successfully, and we should be proud of that as South Africans. But we're not going to be able to, the trend globally is towards a free market capitalist with its warts and all economy. That's the bulk of the global economy. We're not going to change that. So the debate we should be having is, as a small economy, working in that sort of environment, how best do we come together as South Africans to make sure that we grow an economy in which the majority of our people have a stake? And we need to move beyond the isms, whether it's communism or capitalism or so. Jabo Moleketi quite a few years ago said we need to build capitalism of a special type. He will know that we talked about colonialism of a special type in those days. We need capitalism of a special type here. But it's capitalism because that's the dominant world economy. We're not going to change that. So the debate has got to be, how do we make capitalism work for us? And where are the trade-offs? What trade-offs do business need to make? What trade-offs does government need to make? What trade-offs does labor need to make? And those are the discussions we should be having. So sorry, long answer to your.
Thank you, sir. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you so much. Only one from my side, Mr. Kvadia. Thank you very much for your evidence, and we'll take you on that offer to provide us with the social media tracking intelligence that you received. May I just ask you, through this social media tracking intelligence, it wasn't possible from your side to establish who exactly was behind all of this unrest that took place?
Yeah, Commissioner, I mean, you know how social media works, so it's very difficult to trace who's actually doing this. So I don't think what we contracted the audit firm to do with others is just to track what sort of social media is out. But if you look at this document, and we will try to provide you with more information, but this document that says NBI here, which you have in your possession, very briefly it does tell you about what themes we focused on. So potential threats, incitement, looting, racial tension, possible fake news, hashtag analytics, positive news that came out, and other stuff. So that's the sort of stuff we concentrated on, and we tried to track. But I will try to get more information on that, just to the extent we can.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much again for your evidence, for availing yourself. We really found your evidence very important, and it will inform our findings and recommendations or directives as well. Thank you so much for making yourself available. And on that note, we will rise soon. You are excused if you want to go at this point in time, or you can stay, just for one or two administrative matters that we still need to have to deal with. But thank you so much. Yes, first of all, let's just very quickly deal with the matter of the application for the inspection in loco. We received this written application in terms of Rule 8.1 of the Rules Governing Proceedings of the South African Human Rights Commission National Investigative Hearing into July Unrest in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. It is an application for an inspection in loco based on the evidence provided to the hearing panel, and the inspection in loco to take place in Alexandra Township specifically, and that will be or the application is for it to take place. Is it on Thursday, or it's actually tomorrow, I think?
This is tomorrow.
Yes. To take place tomorrow morning. Can you just indicate from what time will we leave here for the inspection? Is there an indication?
The time that is indicated on the program is that to leave here should be 7 o'clock, because we also have a witness for tomorrow, so which is scheduled for 12 o'clock.
Okay. So the application is scheduled for 12 o'clock. The witness.
There's witness, yes. So just to give context, the inspection in loco is scheduled for 7 to 11 o'clock. And as per discussions last week, if we recall, there was the witness that had to be shifted to tomorrow that was scheduled for 12 o'clock. So we are hoping in order to start on time, that the inspections in loco are finalized by 11, take into consideration that there might be traffic that we can't control, but then we will be able to still start at 12 o'clock.
Thank you very much. And that witness is confirmed now for 12 o'clock. Is that correct? That is the chief of the South African National Defence Force.
Mr. Commissioner, I can't, I think at this point, commit to saying that they have confirmed, but what I can commit to is that all correspondence has been sent to the office.
I see, thank you very much.
Chairperson, thank you. No, my concern is that, you know, normally with inspection loco, you may say 11 o'clock and then we go over into some time. Although it's close by, I'm just concerned also that if you say we start at 12, Advocate, and then we have lunch at 1 o'clock. So I don't know, I do not want to interfere your arrangements, but just bear in mind that inspection loco always takes a bit more time than we usually budget for.
No, certainly, Mr. Commissioner. I think that there is room for adjustments at the very least, if should it take longer, and then we will ensure that at the back office that's communicated with the witnesses, so that if we have a late start, that they know then that they will also have a late start. But I think for now, the thinking is that from 7 to 11 and going across the road might actually be sufficient. But of course, we'll always be guided by how the day unfolds.
Okay, so the panel has consulted on the matter, and the application for the inspection in loco in Alexandra Township tomorrow is approved. Reasons will be provided later if required, and we will then leave here from the hotel at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Noted. Thank you.
So that brings the proceedings to an end for the day. We are adjourned. Thank you.